Welcome to the cipher. Time to let the lions eat. Let's get it.
Y'all just let the boy T1 alone with in French Game Blue Ribbon Army. We in this. It's the Lion Den Cypher. Let's get it. You are welcome to the Lion's Den. Young lions unleashed. Real Judah, we ready to feast. T1, I'm the wolf of the east. You don't want these problems, these pistols blick like a pistol. These scriptures rip through your tissue. My ox be moving official. French Game Blue Ribbon Army. We don't roll with Hollywood. From the wilderness back to the hood, it's real talent coming straight from the wood. I rip and kill these demons. My opposition be screaming, coming from all of the heathen. From Babylon back to England. What's poppin', slime? It's bread and wine. I die in the flesh, refreshed by the bloodline. These Eves in the truth be steady lying. These Jakes in the world be steady dying. French Game Blue Ribbon Army. I'm a rep to the death of them. Yeah, boy, we the martyrs. Spit truth to the end begins. I'm coming with apostles' doctrine. My verses be popping. All praise to the Abba.
Yes, your flyer, girl. Okay. And exactly what Team One Lone Wolf said.
Looks like you lost another one.
Welcome to the Lion's Den. Grab your paper, pencil, pen. Listen to the scholars, get it in. Precept upon precepts without any ad hominems. Coming from the moderator in the den. Pray the best, better wins. Now the bad chat is madness. Newbies acting baddest, saddest. They never kick your status. Regurgitating information that they read from their master. Back and forth, arguing, going off a topic like an outer space rocket. Do me a favor, never catching papers when they judging you later. Win or lose, that's the grand rules. Arguing with a fool, only make that two. I'm getting him out of his element. He acting like he's selling the document he telling. Becoming overzealous, said I'm dealing with the fellas.
Lions in this bit, I thought you knew.
Looks like you lost another one.
Who was this? Make them flip. Got their bodies doing flips. Screaming y'all in my sleep. We got them rocks up on my wrist. Niggas pissed cause they never seen a click so too legit. Flip back to a jit. I ain't really know shit, but I thought I knew it. Cause I slaughter music. Take the beat back to my chicken and let her daughter choose it. Lions Den up in the bit. Oh yeah, I thought you knew it. When it come down to debating, ain't no harder to it. Yeah, we go mayhem, dumb, Duffy, Rotonto. You gon' get this truth, nigga, pronto. Sickest in the booth, nigga, tonto. All them nose ass niggas in your group, I think you gonzo. Pick a sister alley-oop like I'm Alonzo. Chicken stick up in my coupe back to the condo. Mixing Chris with Absolute with Alejandro. Won't sauce up. Nigga, say it with your chest if you won't cross us. Yasharala on my side, you get tossed up. Guess we got too many wives, they can't like us. They can't like us.
Well, all right. Hey, yo. Seventh Dancer, I ain't know you could rhyme. All right, okay, a little starstruck, y'all. But anyway, welcome to the Lion's Den. Shalom, shalom. Peace, peace for all those who are now tuning in. If you're now getting off from a hard day's work, a hard day's labor, come on in. We invite you to come on to the Lion's Den. Relax, unwind, and let us come into your mind, soul, and cipher. And as always, before I get started, we always give honor to the Lord in Christ, from whom all positive thoughts flow. And this is the Lion's Den, and this is the segment titled The Conversation Continues. And we're your hosts. As always, we have Yeshaya Da, JT Raw. You have myself, Big Baby Hebrew, Brother Mala Akaya, and of course, the Seventh Answer. Always holding it down in the control tower, making sure all flights and runways are clear, Lady Karima. And again, we thank you for allowing us to come into your mind, soul, and cipher for the next number of hours as we go down the line talking about all things relevant and intelligent. And we hope you learn something along the way. Now, of course, when you come into the Lion's Den, as this conversation continues, we always bless you with the 7 eyes. You're going to get intelligence, integrity, inspiration, influence, independence, insight, and stone cold information. And always, when you roll with the Lion's Den, or when you roll with the lions, you're rolling with the pride. Not demonic pride, righteous pride. That's Pride. Because we're always permanently ready in destroying evil, starting with our own. And of course, you know, here in the Lion's Den, you also are rolling with one faction. There are many factions of this great organization, the Anti-Coon movement. We are anti-coon. And what's a coon? The C-O-O-N. A coon is a complete, obvious, obedient, yes about nigger. Now we know, now I don't use that word for the sake of using it, but it must, in slave times you had what was called the field Negro and the house Negro, or the house nigger. Okay? So we're anti-coon. Also, when you come into the Lion's Den, we also specialize in bringing you nothing but the facts. And that's F-A-C-T, and we'll put an apostrophe with an S, because you get frequently accurate, correct truths here. That's all you're going to get, the facts, frequently accurate, correct truths. All right? And when you have reality TV, so-called reality TV, when you come to this format, when you come to this social media platform, the Lion's Den, you're going to get the truthality. Now, I know that there'll be those out there who may steal this, but you know what, you heard it first. Truthality is what you're going to get here. This is the house of truthality. And we come in the spirit of Isaiah 41 and 21 through verse 24. And that is, produce your cause. The Lord says, produce your cause and bring forth your strong reasonings. So what we do here, as we bring you forth frequent, accurate, correct truths, we're going to produce our cause. We're going to bring forth our strong evidence. And evidence is what? That which is tangible, verifiable, and irrefutable. Okay? And we also follow the premise of the Lord, 1 Thessalonians 5:21, because we always come ready to prove all things, prove everything that we say. Now, also, here in the Lion's Den, as the conversation continues, we're also the house of point, counterpoint. Sometimes we don't see the eye to eye on certain factors, but rather than try to tear each other down and, oh, you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong, and I'm right, I'm right, I'm right. No, what we'll do is sometimes we'll have a point where each person will bring forth their point, and then you have a counterpoint. Maybe we may be guilty of an oversight in certain things that we want to make a conclusion on, and then someone comes and fill in the blank. We also do point and counterpoint here as well. And of course, we have to understand we are harbingers of and proponents of freedom of speech, but responsible speech. Meaning what? We follow the number one rule given by the Lord God Almighty, the one true God. His name, Yahweh. Some say Ahia, some say Yah. Some say the Great Spirit, some say the Great Debater. But whatever Nam de Gur you apply to the Lord, we apply the principle of the I am that I am. And that's just it. Freedom of speech, but responsible speech. And the number one rule that he established when he gave us the right to speak, and that is, think before you speak. Give careful consideration of what you let come forth from your pie hole. See, that over the years here in America, the freedom of speech has been woefully. And what does the word woe mean? It means to be destructive. But here in America, that term freedom of speech has been woefully confused. All right. See, when you are given the power to speak freely, it does not mean that you can say whatever you want to say. That is not what freedom of speech means. That's why the Lord put the number one rule or principle, law, in effect. Think before you speak. See, because what America or people here in America have done is take that freedom of speech thing way too far. Freedom of speech does not mean you have the right to say whatever you want to say. Because see, in speaking, there's also the opposite of what is good language, and it is called abusive language. Ab meaning something that's used incorrectly. Use, when you put it together, you get abuse, an abuse of speech, abusive speech. And what's often ignored, even within the United States Constitution, about freedom of speech, there was also a provision put in there called the provision of fighting words. Meaning what? That if the government didn't like what you said, well, if you said something they ain't like, it was liable to get your behind kicked. But that come from the Lord himself, though. When you're cautioned, I believe it's in the book of Ecclesiastes 5:1. When you come before the Lord, put a bridle on your mouth, be more ready to hear than to speak, or give careful consideration of what you say. And even Christ gave a caution about that whole freedom of speech thing. When he said, I forget where it's at in the book of Matthew, but he did say, look, check this out. Every idle word that you say, you're going to be judged on. Everything that you let fly out your mouth, you will be held accountable for, especially if it costs people lives or it causes confusion. So now, again, I ended by saying that's why here we always specialize in freedom of speech, but responsible speech. And therefore, we're going to continue on, as I continue on in my opening monologue here. What else do we specialize here on the Lion's Den? The conversation continues. Yeshaya, Karima, and I, Baby Hebrew, we're always very cognizant as we are compassionate in our presentations here. So for all you out there, if you have a phobia, and what's a phobia? A phobia is having an unnatural fear of a thing. So if you are truth, fact, and reality phobic, we here on The Conversation Continues want to extend to you our deepest sympathies, because we ain't going to compromise it for nobody. And if you have a problem with the truth, the facts, and reality, you're going to get your feelings hurt. Because here in The Conversation Continues, we also ask, aren't you tired of being lied to? And that's why many of you, as you're coming in from a hard day's work and you're making yourself comfortable, you get your little dinner, your snacks, whatever you're going to eat, drink, as you enjoy this broadcast. Well, if you have a phobia and you can't handle the truth, you can't handle facts or reality, that as we bring it, you can sign off and tune out now. Which leads us to the last aspect of this opening, and that is, here in the Lion's Den, we always ask you, aren't you tired of being lied to? Well, if you are, welcome, because here you're going to get all the truthality you can handle. And therefore, in the spirit of another lioness and family member here on the Lion's Den, I Am Manna, we urge you that when you come into the Lion's Den, wipe your feet, mind your manners, conduct yourself in an orderly manner, and enjoy yourself. So now, with all those beautiful formalities out of the way, tonight, this evening, depending on what time zone you're living in, well, we're going to have an open discussion tonight, and we're going to go into a litany of things. We're going to cover a whole lot of issues. Number one with a bullet, Jay-Z, rapper Sean Carter, also better known as Jay-Z, and we're going to talk about so many other very unfortunate dilemmas and developments that are happening among the world of celebrity, and we're going to talk about, the fallout concerning Mr. Al Sharpton. I don't even call him no damn reverend. He far from a reverend. But Al Sharpton, we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about Sean Combs, and not Sean Combs, but yeah, Sean Combs, Sean Carter, Sean Combs, the Diddler, Diddy, Brother Love, and all his other many aliases. We're going to talk about that. We're going to take you back and talk about the issue that happened a few years ago concerning, Jada Pinkett Smith, and August Alsina. We're going to cover a whole litany of things. But for the time being, you're going to be rocking out with me, the co-pilot of this plane, and that is Brother Malachi. Captain Yeshaya, he'll be joining us in progress. As he's heard it, he's handling some other pertinent affairs before he can join us. So you're rolling out with me, but don't worry, I got you. And your in-flight entertainment will be, again, we're going to talk about all things as they should be talked about, because a lot is happening out here. Now, the thing is, right, now we have rapper and so I guess supposed influencer Sean Carter, Jay-Z. We knew it was coming. And now it's here. He's now in the news, he's now being brought up on charges for allegedly raping a young girl way back in the day when she was about 13 years old. There's this heavy, horrible allegation. And I'm going to say this here. Look, I follow the Lord's premise on this here. He always makes it clear that he doesn't take pleasure. For all of us who are Bible believers, and even if you're not a Bible believer, I'm just going to, let you know where we come from, without giving you a sermon. And we want to make this show listener friendly. And we know some of you may not believe in the Bible, but still I got to, never ever leave out where we come from. I left out the fact that, Yeshaya, myself, and Karima, the Seventh Answer, we're like the EPMD. EPMD, an old school rap group, EPMD. We're the EPMD of the Lions Den. We handle spiritual business. Okay, for those of you who are familiar with EPMD, which is one of my all-time favorite rap groups, they had a theme in their persona, in their act, wherein they always were on business. Okay, and if you guys are listening, EPMD, if you're listening, if you come up with a new album, the name of your new album should be Standing on Business. Moving on, though, we handle spiritual businesses. And let me get back to what I was saying. And we don't take pleasure, right? When I do this broadcast, when we do our broadcast and we go into anyone on a personal level who's out here in the news and their name is getting dragged, we don't take pleasure. Like the good Lord, we don't take pleasure in having to deal with this. We don't take no pleasure in any man or woman's downfall. But unfortunately, when you are here playing in the devil's blood pool, when you are here doing dirty, evil, lascivious, and out of order things, everybody, not do me, everybody is going to have their day where they're going to have to face that you reap what you sow, and what you sow, what you reap. principle. So when I make this presentation tonight, we have this discussion tonight, and anyone who might join the panel later on, listen, I'm not here to gloat because I find it embarrassing. I really do. I take it personally because here it is. I don't sit up here as Mr. Holier than thou. I've been an immoral man. I've even made the attempt, like so many others out here. I, at one time in my life, made the attempt to try to make the devil my friend and learn the hard way. The devil's never your friend, ever. And now Jay-Z is now finding out. And when you go dipping in the devil's blood pool, there come a day, there come a time that now you're gonna have to pay the piper. And now, or if you suddenly try to get away from him, he comes for you. You become his enemy, and then he abandons you. That's why we're always told, choose wisely who you gonna serve. The Lord let it be known. Choose wisely who you gonna serve. Because if you give yourself, like he told Cain, hey yo, you serve me and do what I say do, I got your back. Everything is gonna be what it's supposed to be. But if you choose to do evil and go against me, rebel against me, hey yo, sin life at your door, meaning you're gonna be a servant to and a bitch of the devil. Now I'm not using that word for this. I'm not cursing for the sake of cursing. And you know what I'm gonna do? I should be mindful that there are children listening. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna, sanitize it. If you choose to be a stooge and a punk of the devil, well, there's gonna come a time where the devil gonna punk you. And unfortunately now, Jay-Z, Sean Carter, is now on the chopping block. See, Cat Williams, comedian, philanthropist, all around good person. Oh my God. Timing is everything. Excuse me, you all. The thing is, what you're gonna find, right, is that, as Cat Williams said, everything and everybody starting here in 2020, 24, but I'm gonna add on now, from 2024 and now going forward. In the 2025, everybody now on the chopping block. Lioness, Karima, if you are listening to this broadcast, if you are available, could you please send the link to Brother Yeshai Dar to get on? I think that's what it was he was calling me for. But moving on, as I was saying, we're now living in the time, whether you believe in the Bible or not, we're now living in the time of revelation, where everything is now going to be revealed, where everything is now coming to the fore, where the shift in the paradigm, the Lord got going on, the Lord has in full effect. Okay? Evil is now being flushed down the toilet. The stench in the rulership of this society, although it can't come fast enough for me, it is now being wiped out and annihilated, and it's not going to stop. And all contracts with hell, all contracts with the devil, all sympathy with the devil is going to stop. And all of us now, every last one of us, if we're out here doing things we ought not to be doing, if you got your little contract with the devil going on that you shouldn't have going on, dig, you better start reconsidering and getting away from the devil, please, because it is imperative for you and those around you. And this is not a joke, this is not a game, but it's just reality. No matter who you are out here, I think rap legend Redman said it best. No matter who you are, you can catch that bullet scar. Or no matter who you are, the Most High, the Lord God Almighty, can come and dim your star. And this is where we're at now. All right? A lot of these celebrities, these black celebrities, have been living high on the hog, living an unnatural lifestyle, doing things that they ought not to have been doing, caught up in the aversion of perversion, and now we are now in the season of everybody being dealt with, okay? Which goes into what the Lord said in the book of Isaiah 42 and 14, where he says, for a long time, I've held my peace. I've held back because he's very meticulous and specific about how he operates. He gave a dispensation of time for the earth and everything in it to be given into the hands of the wicked. He said, for a long time, I've held my peace, but now I'm going to go forth like a mighty man, like a lion, like a woman in travail who's in pain when she's giving birth. And now he's uprooting things. You see things are happening left, right, and center. Like Cat Williams said, all evil. Going forward, starting in 2024 and going forward, it's up, man. It's over. We all have to choose now. Whether you like it or not, believe it or not, or you want to deal with what's happening out here, the Bible and everything in it, from prophecy, and what's a prophecy? A prediction of what's going to happen, has happened, or is currently happening by the power of the Lord is now in effect. Kanye West himself said it himself that, everybody, anybody out here who's been doing those things naughty by nature are now going to be dealt with. Everybody's going to be dealt with. This is why myself, Yeshaya, along with Lady Karima, we're doing the best that we can to be the moral men, in Karima's case, the moral woman that we can most possibly be. Because we're in the time of judgment. And we've seen throughout the last 20 years a slew of celebrities who all came down with a sudden case of death. Many of whom, before they passed away, were making all kinds of revelations of what was going on out here. Deals they made that they regretted. Pacts with the devil they made, they regretted, and they tried to give it back. But it wound up costing them their sanity and then their lives. And there's some celebrities who still are walking, and now they're vindicated. I'm talking about Orlando Brown, actor Orlando Brown. I'm talking about singer Jaguar Wright. I'm talking about actor Todd Bridges, Corey Feldman, and the late actor Corey Haim. I'm talking about other celebrities who've come forth making confessions. Even Kanye West is now vindicated. We were all told, and the reason I'm coming at these people is because, look, man, it has to be done. It must be talked about. We cannot avoid this any longer. And like I said now, what we do here on this show, we prefer to quote the scripture, and we'll leave it up to you, our Bible believers, to go and check it out and read it for yourself. And for those of you out there who are not Bible believers, we want to make sure we keep this show listener friendly, and we don't want to bog you down with and we don't want to bog or inundate you with too many biblical verses, because some of you, again, might be looking to come back. We want to make it easy for you. You know, we know that a lot of, and see, we sit up here as practicing Hebrew Israelites, but unfortunately, there's a lot of Hebrew Israelites out there that make this ministry look real bad. You know, being Bible bullies. They have the Bible open, but yet they're cursing you out, berating you, belittling you. So what we want to show that there is a class of Hebrew Israelite that knows how to conduct his or herself. We're able to have a conversation without all the rabble rousing, browbeating, and the overbearingness. That's not how it's supposed to be done in the first place. Now there may come a time where if someone is belligerent and out of order, we may have to lay down the law and the order and the sword. Some people make the error of saying sword, but the W is always it's sword. And we may have to just, slice and dice. As Christ said, the word of the Lord is a two-edged sword. So sometimes we may have to come through and slice and dice if somebody get out of pocket. But for the most part, we want to make this conversation palatable, a fancy word for edible. You can eat, you can drink, have a good time. So getting back on the issue of Jay-Z, look, it is unfortunate that a lot of our black brothers and sisters out here who dared to go.
You got
Okay,
company.
I see. I'm gonna let me just feel. And make sure you get the link to Yeshaya Don. He been calling looking for the link. So send that link, Sister Karima, when you're ready. All right, listen. The fact of the matter is, right, all these people who have made a deal with the devil, who have dipped their hand in the devil's blood pool, who have sacrificed on the low, all that's now coming to an end. Now, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna take time out, right, to give a real quick hello, and I want you to come on this conversation since you're on the panel. Brother Karab, it is Karab Tazar Pa 3BY. Welcome in. What's on your mind as the conversation continues, brother?
Hey, Shalom, brother. Man, I ain't got nothing but the scriptures on my mind, man. That's about it, man. I'm always looking for something new and intriguing. Knowing the law is spiritual, so it's the nature of the book is you can read it for 50 years and open it up from day to day and see something that's new to you. That's just not new under the sun. So that's what my drive is. Looking for something new and some new understanding and something that can help a brother grow.
Well, right now we're on a well, here's the thing. Here's the premise that we're on, right? The premise that we're on right about now, we're talking about, currently Jay-Z. Okay. Now in the book of Matthew, the 16th chapter, and in the book of Mark, the 8th chapter at verse 36, where Christ speaks about what gained the man the world only to lose his soul. Well, we're looking at how that's now playing itself out with all of our wayward and lost, maybe supposed Israelites or appear to be Israelite brothers and sisters out here who are getting caught up in this matrix of retribution. We've had Sean Diddy Combs, he's up on charges now, and now we got Jay-Z. So we're seeing how the Bible and how Christ said these things will play themselves out in these last days. So that's where we're coming from as we have this open dialogue. We're now looking at the fact that everybody who has made a deal with the devil, just call it what it is. Everybody who made a deal with the devil, everybody who's been riding high on that blood pool hog are now coming to be brought down to absolutely nothing. And this is why, for all my practicing Hebrew Israelites, as you listen to this conversation as it continues, man, We always come here. Yeshaya, we always come here. We're not coming here as Mr. Holy and Thou. We have our demons, we have our addictions that we battle behind the scenes like anybody else. But all of us now, I'm going to quote Minister Louis Farrakhan when he said, when you see somebody falling, don't laugh. See, we're not laughing at Jay-Z. We're not laughing at anybody here. We don't take pleasure in seeing our people fall, but damn it all, we're going to learn. Now we're all learning just how real this Bible is. See, there's some of you out there, you want to debate, you can debate to your heart's content about whether the Bible's legitimate or not. But like the Lord said in the book of Isaiah 34:16, seek ye out the book of the Lord and read. And what's the book of the Lord? The Bible. And it goes on and it says in that none of these shall fail. The these is talking about the prophecies. And every prophecy prediction is happening right on point. And I don't care what your train of thought may be and all these other religions that you may follow. Why do we see the God of Israel's, the God of the Bible? Why do we see his will happening? But all these other gods, all these other fake ass, sorry kids, sorry. All these fake religions, these fake faiths that y'all put your hearts and souls in. This, you know who I'm talking to. I'm talking to you. If you got to ask, is he talking to me? Yeah, I'm talking to you. You know I'm talking to you. All these other philosophies and beliefs, how come your God or your gods, how come their wills aren't happening? But the God of Israel, the God of the Bible, his will is happening nonstop and uncompromising. He said in the book of Amos 9:10, his eyes are upon this sinful kingdom. America is that sinful kingdom now. And I will, he didn't say I might, he didn't say maybe. He said, I will destroy it from off the face of the earth. And we see it, it's happening right now. Right now, France. I want y'all to key in France and look at what's happening in France right now. Now, in our last two broadcasts, we've been telling y'all, you're going to start seeing the white power structure in all of its different aspects, not just here in America, but all over the world, fall before your very eyes. And look at France. France right now, if you don't know, France is in deep, deep dookie-doo. Their whole system right now is paralyzed. That's how deep it is. And if you paying attention right here to the shores of America, not only in black celebrity and all of its aspects, do you see a fall happening? It's happening all over the planet. Okay? So the God of Israel, the God of the Bible, his will is happening. And for all you out there, you Egyptologists, you Pan-Africanists, for all you Kemet, for all y'all, whatever you may believe, how come your God or your God's will ain't happening? Some of y'all want to claim, oh, well, my faith predates the Bible. My faith came way before the Bible, but yet and still your gods are impotent. They don't have no sway on reality. But meanwhile, the book of the Bible, the God of the Bible, his will is happening nonstop, whether you believe it or not. You can. This is what I'm always fascinated by. There's so many people out here who want to come in and want to talk about the Bible's not real. You want to debate this, you want to debate that, you want to try to point out. But you know what? When I go looking into your belief and what you do, let me just do a little sidestep real quick. When I go investigating all these other systems of belief, the one thing they don't have is a God that can explain to me why things are what are the way they are in this world. But when you go in the Bible, you get every aspect of life explained to you. And that's what I'm looking at. So in the book of Matthew, the 16th chapter at verse 26, and if you go to Mark, the 8th chapter at verse 36, Christ posed a question when he said, hey, yo, what gaineth a man the world if you lose your soul? You gain nothing. Now you're seeing now Jay-Z up on charges now. Creamer, I sent one video. It should be labeled #1. And if you're available, hon, could you please play that video for us? I pull a litany of different videos and stuff from different sources and different voices. Cause see, somebody knows something. There's always someone who may know more, who may be a little bit more heavily financed and have a better research team. So it's each one teach one, reach one. And we're not proud enough. We're not proud where we are not able to go out here and look at other voices, because the Lord uses everybody. And somebody knows something here. I know something. Karima knows something. JT knows something. We got Brother Karab here. He knows something. Somebody knows something. So when you tune into the Lions Den, you also have the listening privilege of being hit by a bunch of know-it-alls, because somebody knows something. And you out there listening, you may know something. And that little bit that you think may be insignificant could be used to make that train, plane, or automobile go. All right, so when we come here, right, the God of Israel, the God of the Bible, his will is always happening. Meanwhile, all these other beliefs, their gods and whatever they believe, ain't happening. Now check that out. So all you out there who've cut a deal with the devil, maybe if you have the pleasure of hearing this broadcast, maybe this might be your time to make your exit. You might be given a chance to be giving your exit. Look at what's happening to your boy P. Diddy. Look what's happening to you now, your boy Jay-Z. Look at your boy. Yeah, over. It's over. And I'm not trying to be a comedian here, but yo, for a long time, this dude, there's a lot of things about this man that are questionable. Like, I haven't forgotten a young woman that allegedly may have been that Becky with the good hair that Beyonce was singing about so many years ago. Kathy Smith. We're going to talk about that. Oh, yeah. We're going to talk about her and how she suddenly died so many years ago. There's a lot going on within the whole Rockefeller and whatever he may be calling him in that whole blood pool. So now, our boy Sean Carter. Who's next, y'all? Look, for all y'all out there, understand, you're better off living the life of the Lord. Yeah, it may come off as being boring. It may come off as being routine. But you know something? Living under the laws of the Lord, you're better off, because they protect you from all the wild, unpredictable, and erratic energy of serving Satan. See, when the Lord says, thou shalt not murder, thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not commit adultery, have sexual, diligence, responsibility, follow my way, it keep you out of trouble. It's a true statement. You're protected. Those laws are good laws when you put them into effect, when you really give careful consideration that when you live, because when you live the devil's lifestyle, when you out here living under Satan's lifestyle, as Christ pointed out, it's unpredictable. It is erratic. And there's some people out here who think they can, if you don't have the emotional detachment where you can take losses and you can handle losses and you can handle that unpredictability, it can destroy you psychologically, physically, to death. That's why when the Lord told Cain, you choose what I say to do, I got your back. But if you go with your man over, if you go and do what you want to do, it's going to be a problem. You're going to have a problem. And look at all these celebrities who are dead and gone. Some who are dead and gone, who died miserable. Some of them died revealing the things that they did that they regret. Some went out on their shield telling you what the deal was. Okay? When Tupac Shakur was sounding the alarm, see, yeah, Pac, he saw things that whoa. You know, I want success, but not like this. And he backed up. But of course, once the devil locks in on you and he wants you, oh, now he not going to let you go. Blood in, blood out. The Lord put that into effect because the Lord said, when you serve me, once you come in, you can't leave. Now you can't leave. You can't live two lifestyles. You either going to be for me or you're going to be for the devil. You either going to do what I say do and live or do what the devil say do and die. Run this video, y'all. Fair use, y'all. Fair use. On me.
Rap mogul Jay-Z is denying allegations he sexually assaulted a 13-year-old girl alongside rapper Sean Diddy Combs. That civil lawsuit filed against Combs in October was amended Sunday to include Jay-Z. The accuser, identified only as Jane Doe, says she was sexually assaulted by both men at a Video Music Awards after party in 2000. In a blistering statement, Jay-Z accuses Jane Doe's attorney of trying to blackmail him. He said further, quote, "These allegations are so heinous in nature that I implore you to file a criminal complaint, not a civil one. Whomever would commit such a crime against a minor should be locked away. Would you not agree?" He added, "My only heartbreak is for my family. My wife and I will have to sit our children down, one of whom is at the age where her friends will see the press and ask questions about the nature of these claims and explain the cruelty and greed of people." Joining us now, Joey Jackson, CNN legal analyst and criminal defense attorney and former prosecutor. There's a lot to unpack here. Joey, I want to start with just the statement from Jay-Z, which is so forceful in its denial. I just read a teeny part of it. It's long, where he says that they should file a criminal complaint. Is that even possible at this point?
So based on the allegations, Jessica, good morning. Good to see you. I think that it certainly could be. Why do I say that? Now, he, of course, is more than annoyed, would be an understatement. Yeah. He has a family and he has a lot to protect, including his brand. But to the extent that he's saying, hey, come after me criminally, that could be likely. Why do I say that? Because rape in New York, and what's alleged in this complaint, is forcible compulsion. What that means in English is that it's saying that he held her down, raped her, and that, of course, the allegation is that Mr. Combs did the same thing. And so if those facts are actually accurate, it would require an investigation by prosecutors. And if true, right, you could pursue it criminally. Now, with respect to the evidentiary value, yes, it happened 24 years ago, right, more than 24 years ago. But in the allegations, there's a few things. Number one, there's allegation that another celebrity was present at the time, right, in addition to other people. Number two, there's the claim by the victim, right, that she left, that she went and she was seen by a gas attendant who saw her in distress. Number three, that she phone called her dad, who showed up, the 13-year-old, and now removed her. So civil complaint, simply allegations, need to be proven in a court of law. But if true, it could rise to the level of criminality. And, you know, we'll see what happens or if the DA looks and investigates.
So what happens now?
So what happens now is this is simply a civil complaint. And in a civil complaint, it goes through the technical legal process. Now, the distinction, Jessica, between civil and criminal, of course, is that civil is for monetary damages, right? The system can only reward you with money. There's allegations that this 13-year-old is suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder, suffered depression, etc. So now you go to fact-finding, right? Before that, just briefly, there was a demand letter sent. And a demand letter is a letter being sent by a lawyer saying, hey, I don't have to sue you. We can sit, we can mediate it. If we reach an agreement, it never sees the light of day. Jay-Z saying, I don't care about your demand letter. I look at it as blackmail. You want to sue me, sue me. You want to look at it criminally, look at it criminally, but it'll go through the fact-finding process. If a trial is necessary to determine the facts, that's what will happen, but it'll be deemed civil. No indication at this point as to whether or not any criminal investigation will ensue as a result of this.
Yeah, and Jay-Z came back incredibly forcefully against these allegations and really singled out that attorney as well for being, I'm paraphrasing here, but greedy, saying he's out to get money, and calling that letter essentially blackmail.
Yeah, and in addition to that, Jessica, also suing the attorney, saying he's intimidating him, harassing him, etc. Now, demand letters are not new. What lawyers do is they send them out as a matter of protocol and practice so that you can expedite the process. At the same time, there's certain ethical standards that you have to use, and you have to have a good faith factual belief that this is true. Now, you can argue this complaint was filed in October, right? Could have mentioned Jay-Z then. You didn't. Why? It was amended now to include him. Are the factual assertions true? Are they fact or fiction? Is it a money grab or not? All of that will be litigated in a court of law. But according to Jay-Z, this never happened, is pure fiction. It is a money grab, and he's fighting for his name, reputation, and certainly innocence and justice in his view, which is he didn't have anything to do with it.
Yeah, and you touched on a point, too, that I wanted to ask you about, which was that this was an amendment to this already existing lawsuit. What are people to take away from that? The fact that they're coming back and adding to this now with this specific name.
Yeah, Jessica, so it depends. That's also common. You could amend lawsuits, right, as a matter of course, and you do, to include certain factual allegations. The interesting thing to me in terms of your question and the takeaway, if you had this information about Jay-Z, it happened allegedly in September of 2000, why not include it in the original complaint? What happened between October and now that necessitated you putting in, and it's a question of credibility. Was he celebrity A, right, as was noted in the October complaint? Is this pure fiction? And what's interesting in the complaint is he really, that is the lawyer, tries to tie Jay-Z to Mr. Combs in so many ways, right? Birds of a feather is the argument that he's making. You can make that argument. You need the facts to sustain it. Let's see if they come up with any facts.
All right, we will see. All right, Joey Jackson, thanks so much.
Well, all right.
This is what's most important, and it's not this car. It's this: peace, love, and cash flow. The more cash flow you get, the more peace you're going to have. I'm just telling you. I'd even tell you that you might even have more love in your life if you get more cash flow. And this car right here will not provide you with cash flow, okay? This is how I did my game. Some of you watching me today, you're like, man, this guy's rocking. I am rocking, okay? Let me tell you why I'm rocking. Because when I was 28 years old, I started studying real estate. I've been playing the real estate game now for 35
if you're there, you need to stop the video now.
I played the game in 10, 11 states in the United States. I started with nothing. My first deal was $3,000. The only reason I wouldn't share this with you is because I'm a selfish bastard. So if you want the help, if you want to learn the game, you can read a book if you want to. But what I would rather do is have you hit the link below. Let me give you a webinar so you can join me. I can walk you through deals, show you the structure. This technology didn't exist years ago.
Yeah, Kareem, if you're there, you can stop this. Thank you.
Okay. Or you had to hire some.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, that I don't know what that addendum was, but yo, for y'all who are tuning in, you see what we're talking about. As the conversation continues, we welcome it. But now, here's what I'm going to say. To Jay-Z's credit, I do like the fact that he is saying he's innocent. But what I am going to get at this here, even if he's allegedly innocent, all right, supposedly innocent, that's not even the matter of the fact. The fact of the matter is this here. There's a gentleman who calls himself Professor Black Truth. And he coined a phrase that goes like this here. Once America finishes using its tools, it breaks its tools. See, Jay-Z is now going to be broken. Because now, when one allegation arises, there are going to be other allegations coming down the pike. Even if they are frivolous, they are seemingly frivolous, may have no merit, they're still going to come. Because again, the devil is not your friend. And the number one rule when it comes to the devil is this here. Once the wrath of the Lord is now mandated against you, once the Lord, like he says in this book of Isaiah 42 and 14, when he's finished holding his peace, when he's giving you a chance to get it right, do right, be right, repent, reform, in the spirit of Acts 3:19, once you prove to be irredeemable, once you prove that you're going to continue to walk down the satanic blood pool, all right, now his wrath is coming for you. And Satan going to abandon you. You don't believe me? Let's use 3 family biblical patriarchs who all made the attempt to make the devil their friend, who chose wrong. And then when the Most High commenced to putting down the spiritual butt whooping, Satan was nowhere around to help him. We're going to start off with my man, your man, everybody man. The most revered king to this day, David. David was just that dude. You can't take him, I will take nothing from him. And the fact that he's the only mortal man, if you believe the written recorded word of the Bible, if you believe it, the only mortal man to be given the grade A seal by the Lord himself as being a man after his own heart. And what kind of man is the Lord? He's a man of dignity, respect, power, grace, refinement, war, handling business. He gave David that. Yo, David is a man after my own heart. Yo, this is my dude right here. But yet, with all that, what did David do? David let greed, one of the many weapons of Satan, greed. David let the lust of one woman, Bathsheba, who was, Uriah, I think his name, Uriah's wife, the wife of Uriah, a servant of the Lord, Uriah. He let his lust and his greed for her get him so wound up. And I always say, okay, when it comes to Bathsheba, now this is where my human side, I'm not being, I'm a man, okay? Look, if she was looking anything like Pam Grier, that one from Good Times, Bernadette Stannis, or one of my other chocolate bunnies, Judy Pace, yeah, okay. I see why he fell, but still, David was dead wrong. And he let Satan become his friend. He let Satan whisper in his ear where he summoned this woman, this one woman, Bathsheba, to wherever he may have been at the time and place, and got it in and on with her. Then went and did some Maury Povich. Now, first he gets her pregnant. Then he tried to cover it up by saying, yo, give Uriah, a time away from the battlefield and, let him go ahead and sleep with you and you try to fake. No, but the Lord was like, nah. The Lord ran interference on that. He put a spirit on Uriah and said, nah, Dave, my men in the battlefield. We battling for your God and for the king, for the God of all the universe. I'm going to go back out here and fight. And then what did David do? He then went on ahead and plotted that man's murder. See? Dipped his hand in the blood pool. Made the mistake of making the devil his friend. And what did the Lord do? Oh, he gave David a fate worse than death. He gave David a fate worse than death. Death would have been easy. But for Dave, nah, the Lord said, nah. Killing you, that's too easy, man. He took that same lust and murderous spirit that David had, because he was so angry with David. He told him, yeah, hold up, man. I gave you your own house and a variety of women that you could pick and choose from. And I gave you King Saul's house. I gave you Saul's house till you had more than enough women at your disposal and at your service, brother. And you gonna go out and do this after I just gave you the great AC of being a man after my own heart? This is what you do? And look what he did to David. He made David suffer to the day he died. He took that same murderous and lustful spirit, okay, and put it on all of David's children. You had one son, Absalom, who plotted the murder of his father, and for what? Because he lusted for the throne and for power. And David had to eat that. No, he mourned, he had to eat it because he knew that was his evil and his son. Then you had the other son, I keep forgetting his name.
Might be Adonijah.
Thank you. He went on ahead and had a lust for his sister, for the daughter. His sister, and raped her. And though he had to be dealt with, David knew that with that murderous and lustful spirit that it was killing him. Then, last but not least, King Solomon, also known as Jedediah, his true name, the beloved of God. He had to watch Solomon in all of his wisdom, bring in heathenistic artifacts into the temple, his temple, following after the lust for his lust and love for his concubines, for the women of the strange nations that he had in his harem, if you want to, for lack of a better description. But come on, he had to eat that. David had to eat that to the day he died. Besides, also dying in shivers and cold and broken and brittle, because he made the mistake of making the devil his friend. Another family patriarch who cut a deal with the devil and made that mistake of giving up his soul for misplaced power. King Saul. Saul went and started conceding and chilling out with a witch. I guess that's where William Shakespeare got his inspiration for Macbeth, the character Macbeth, who cut a deal with the witches, and they kept steering him wrong. And what did the Lord tell Saul? Yeah, hold on. I'm the power and end all and be all, and I told you to confer with me. I put it into writing. Don't go seeking no soothsayer. Don't go seeking anybody outside of me. And this is what you do. And what did he do to Saul? Look what he did. Look what he did to Saul. He drove him insane. He broke Saul down psychologically and physically. He put spirits on him that tormented him. It took David to come in, ironically, David, to come in and play music, to calm those demonic entities and everything. Because see, like the Lord say, who you give yourself to, you're going to become. And then he broke Saul down. See, because Saul made the mistake of trying to make the devil his friend. And last, but certainly not least, the other family patriarch who made the mistake of making the devil his friend in the area of mammon, Judas Iscariot. Here it is, Judas Iscariot sold out the second most powerful being in the known and unknown universe, the son of the living power, for 30 pieces of freaking silver. He sold out Christ. And you know what's crazy about that? When you read the dinner, at the dinner table, at the prelude, before Judas Iscariot went left, Christ warned him. It's just mind-boggling how, and I can give an attestament before when your boy here, I made the mistake of trying to make the devil my friend, but the Lord gave me fair warning, but I ain't hear it. But here it is, Christ at the table saying, yo, I called 12 of you, and one of you's a devil. But woe unto that man that betrays me, because it been better had he not been born. See, that puts a damper on how the Lord will forgive any and everything. There's some things that are not forgivable. Like Hebrews 10:26 tells us all, when you go out and you willfully sin, ain't no forgiveness left for you. Because you knew it was wrong. I'm coming to see you. Brace yourself. And at the table, he had every disciple, well, Lord, is it me? Lord, is it me? And when it comes to Judas Iscariot, Lord, is it I? And then Christ looked at him and said, thou sayest it, which is a fancy way of saying, yeah, Negro, it's you. Yeah, you. Yeah, you. I'm looking right at you. And he was playing with him. And then when Christ was murdered, assassinated, and Judas realized what he did, he tried to give it back. And what did the Pharisees? Nah, that's blood money, son. That's yours. You got that. That's you. And he was so out of his mind, knowing what he did, and knowing the gravity of it, he wound up killing himself. Does that sound familiar, y'all? Look at all these celebrities come and gone, who realized the mistakes they made. Some of them were telling you, you think what DMX, matter of fact, Karima, look for number 8 or look for number 7. I want to use DMX because see, this dude, he broke it down too, and it hits even harder now that he's gone. But David, Saul, and Judas Iscariot, who all forsook their soul, forsook the order, and though the Lord still will hold David in high esteem, he still made him pay. Because see, there's a price you pay when you go to the dark side, when you go left, you never stop paying. That's the thing. And this is why now Jay-Z, he got a lot to pay for. Let's say he's innocent of this accusation. There's still other things out there that we're going to cover. But now you see, brothers and sisters out there listening, as you tune in, do you see how real the Bible is, though? Whether you want to believe it or not, it's of no consequence now. But like the Lord said, be not deceived. I will not be mocked. And whatever a man sow is what he gonna reap. And everybody, no matter what you do, no matter what you say, if you're irredeemable, unrepentant, you're gonna have a price to pay. You're gonna pay. So it should be DMX, Damien. I'm gonna break this song down. A lot of people don't realize how tormented, look how tormented that brother was before he left here. It was eating him up. Whatever he may have done, whatever he may have said, whatever he did, okay, it had a toll on him. Why you think so many of these celebrities get high? Why you think they use drugs and get high? To get caught up in the euphoria, to try to escape the reality of what it is they've done. So here it is now. Our boy Jay-Z is on the chopping block. Let's say if he's not guilty of that, there's something he's guilty of, and they're coming for him. They're coming for him. So our aim, when we come here and we have these discussions, ladies and gentlemen, no, we're not going to inundate you. We're not going to push the Bible down your throat, but we're going to gently show you just how real it is. And you got to ask yourself this question, and I'm going to tell you right now. 9 times out of 10, whenever you hear somebody who's anti-God, anti-Christ, anti-Bible, anytime you come across somebody who's adamant, I mean, just rabid out their mind about not believing in the Bible anymore, all you got to do, take it from me. Take it from me. I'm going to come back on why I said, all you got to do is go behind the scenes and see how they're living. And I guarantee you, beyond all shadow of doubt, they're living a lifestyle, they're doing things that the Bible condemns. That's the only reason why many people have a problem with the Bible. It's not the science they have a problem with. It is not the history they have a problem with. It is not the geography that they have a problem with. It is not the etymology, the bibliography, geography, and all the other ologies and ographies that the Bible encompasses. It is the laws of the Bible that they got a problem with. Why? Because it condemns them when you're living outside the Bible. Look, yours truly at one time, before I used to be in the spirit of Ephesians 2:11, I think it is, was a stranger from the commonwealth of Israel. The vibration of living under the laws of the Bible. I was a heavy proponent and embracer of hedonism, wherein hedonism is when every aspect of sensual, sexual pleasure that you could think of, that from male to female. Let me clarify now. Let me be careful. But still, hedonism, pleasure was where it's at. I don't want to deal with no affliction. I ain't got time for no pain. Look, I was so anti-Bible. There was a time I said, "Come on, man." When people try to bring it to my attention, I mean, what? Okay, what can I do? When it comes to this God, what can I do? Can I breathe? You can't do this. What the hell can I do? Huh? That's how strong I was, because what? I was having a great time. Okay? I was having a great time out there in that darkness. I was having a great time. Hey, the Humpty Dance. Here's your chance. Do the hump. What? Okay? For me, wrong place, wrong time, right demon. Oh, it's red man. Time for some action. But that's why I didn't want to hear about, because it was cramping my wicked lifestyle. Let's just put it out there. And anybody who to this day you hear is anti-God, anti-Christ, and anti-Bible, go behind the scenes and look at how they're living, and you'll understand why. It's the laws they got a problem with. That's why they don't want to believe in the Bible. I didn't want to believe because it was cramping my wicked hedonistic lifestyle, my bohemian. Now, what is a bohemian? A bohemian is that man or woman who may be into the arts and sciences, and they to the point where they don't live by, they have a community lifestyle. Meaning what? That if that woman here and that woman there like me and I like them, hey, can we let's talk for a second. Let's experience each other. No, it won't be about matrimony. It's going to be about macaroni. But yo, it is what it is. Let's have some fun. And that's what Satan does. When he invites you in, he gives you a gift wrap piece of dookie doo. But you don't smell a dookie doo because the wrapping on it is so appealing. That's why the Lord, that's why we always caution in the book of Ephesians 6:11. When he says, when the Lord says, put on the whole armor. Oh, you want the Jaguar? All right, we'll go. You know what, Karima? We'll rock out. I'll rock out with this one. We'll rock out with this one. But see, that's why we are cautioned in Ephesians 6:11 to put on the whole armor of the Lord so we can survive the wild. What is wild? A trickery of the devil. Because see, he can, look, the devil, he can wrap up the gift, wrap the lifestyle, and make it look real sweet. But you don't see the baseball bat of punishment the Lord got in store for you when you got to come down. But anyway, let's rock out with this video. And fair use, y'all. Fair use. Go to work, Karima.
Did the brother say anything? You gotta let him. You gotta breathe for a minute and let the brother add a little something to it.
Well, you know what I did? And whenever Brother Karab comes in, he always wants to just plant and just chill and listen. And I keep telling Karab, when he come in, he better come in ready to talk. But okay, Karab, you got anything you want to say before we play the video?
Oh man, you good. I don't be wanting to break your bill. You got
okay. Let me hold. Stop.
You supposed to, Bill.
Hold up. Karima, thank you, Seventh Dan. Brother, whenever we invite anyone in on our open discussions, I've told you this before, you got a lot going on. And when you come in here, don't just come up here and be on the panel and not be ready to talk, okay?
I'm ready. What I did want to say, I think when you was bringing up King David's sons, that was interesting. You brought out those lustful spirits that had came on most of his kids, and I never looked at it in that analogy, but that was interesting. But I think it was one of his sons even slept with his wife in public, and I think we kind of got him twisted up a little bit. If I'm not mistaken, it was Absalom, and then he had Adonijah was the one that was competing for the throne on his deathbed, and he was the one that was trying to anoint himself king, prior to right around the time David was passing. And that was an interesting analogy. I never saw that lustful spirit on pretty much all his kids. And with that being said, a lot of Hebrew Israelite camps, they use the fact that, when Solomon had that, it was a prophecy associated with Solomon, and it said that if he basically commit iniquity, he'll get chastened with the rod of men. And one of the most incorrect things that I've recently come across dealing with, common camp doctrine is that him chastening with the rod of men is actually fulfilled through Christ. And I've come to start to disagree with that. And I see that he was chastening with the rod of men, which was basically a principality. It wasn't flesh and blood. And if you go look in the book of Tobit, I believe it's chapter 4. It's a demon called Asmodeus, and it's referred to in the book of Tobit as the most powerful demon of all. So it's once you bring that up and you link it together, it's a sexual demon. That's the name of that demon that I forget the brother's name. Tobias, his wife that he ended up marrying, she had that demon on her, and that was the demon.
She had 7 husbands that I guess he was jealous, and it was like a curse.
I don't know. That demon would not let nobody touch her.
You know what? Both of y'all are getting ahead of yourselves on this. You know what? I'm glad you laid the groundwork though, but go ahead.
Yeah, and it's just that what I thought was interesting is that we dealing with principalities, like being on Jay-Z and all that stuff. Them brothers are the principalities that we wrestle with, and they themselves wrestle with the principalities. But just one interesting concept I want to introduce is that Christ was speaking to how demons work, and it's interesting that she had 7 husbands, and Christ said when a demon leaves after you whoop him, he come back with 7 friends. So I just thought that was interesting, and I didn't see that spirit of lust and greed on them brothers like that.
Well, each one teach one, reach one. We all know something. So, without further ado, hey, Seventh Answer, did you send? I don't know if this brother, did you send that I keep asking you. I don't want to, become a broken record. But did you send that link to the JT Raw? All right. Okay. Well, I guess he'll join us when he's ready. But moving on, now check out this video, y'all. Fair use, y'all.
You got another brother on the panel just joined, Unseen.
Oh, who's that?
Unseen.
Shalom.
Hey, shalom. Introduce yourself, brother.
This unseen soldier. I just was listening, and I wanted to put a couple little things here and there. But if you ready to roll the clip, I'll just wait till afterwards or whatever.
And I thank you for that, kind sir. You'll be the first one to take off. So prepare for takeoff when we come back from this video. Run this video, Seventh Answer, and fair use, y'all. Fair use.
Tell me something. When you have a peanut butter jelly sandwich, if it's just peanut butter, it's just peanut butter. If it's just jelly, it's jelly. When you put it together, it becomes a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, and the taste is undeniable.
You saying Diddy and Jay-Z is peanut butter jelly?
Peanut butter and jelly. Let's deal with the sandwich.
We asked you this last time, and Piers Morgan said it. They're not here to defend themselves. Do you think the Carters will speak about any of this at all? Do you just feel that they'll make any statement about what's going on?
Beyonce is losing hundreds of thousands, millions of followers every day, and she still hasn't said anything. Just pretending like life is great in Paris.
Is it her place to say something?
I mean, probably not, considering she's going to be indicted for anything she would say. These are criminals. Diddy is a drug dealer, and so is Jay-Z. The proof is there. How many up people does he have to be around before people see him for who he is?
It seems like these artists are trying to run away from their past. Diddy changed his name multiple times to say, that's not me. I'm trying to move beyond Diddy. I'm Love now. It seems like Jay-Z would try to run away from his past.
Calling that nigga Love and anything that he did love. Brother love. What kind of love? Baby oil love. Baby love. Baby love. Explicit love. Hey! They never thought that hip hop would take it this far.
Oh man, it's different now.
These lyrics are all hitting different right now. All that people talking about fathers, all kinds of stuff.
So let's just start with Piers Morgan, because there's a headline that went out that was very powerful that people are running with, where it just says Jay-Z is the real monster. Now, before you speak on it, to even get to Piers Morgan, can you explain how that took place and why even take that interview to go forward?
Well, excuse me.
Bless us.
I can't say that I sought it out because I didn't. Truth is we didn't see it coming. But I have to credit Odell.
Got Odeezy.
My love. I have to credit him because since we've combined and joined forces and become a hell of an investigative journalism team. See, I'm the content, I'm the passion, I'm the voice. I'm also the brain, but I do too much by myself. That's the brain. That's the administrator. That's the bloodhound. And he, there were so many people that hacked into so many of my accounts. People didn't even know how to get in touch with me anymore. And Odell created that lane. And they reached out to him. Piers Morgan's producers called him directly. And We talked about it briefly, and I said, we have to do it. We have to. Because the one thing I know about Piers Morgan is he is smart prey. And not only is he smart prey, he is a great conductor of information. He also vets things viciously. And I want to thank you for that. Because if my word is good enough to make it through Piers Morgan's firewall of please don't sue me, then I guess he just vetted me for every ounce of real life content on this blue couch. We thank you for that.
Do you feel that Piers Morgan allowed you to get, because you only have so many minutes. I know you don't know exactly how the show is going to be structured.
Yeah.
Did you get what you want to say out? And was there more for you to say? Of course, there's more to say.
I'll never have enough to say.
Right.
There will never be enough screen time for me to say. But what I will say is, I'm grateful for the questions he asked. I'm grateful for the time he gave me to answer. And I pray that I was able to hit everything that needed to be hit for the public.
How did you feel about Vlad going after you?
I loved it. I saw the lineup immediately.
Right.
Especially when I saw the lawyer, Ariel, kid that came after.
Right.
What Piers did was brilliant journalism.
Right.
He created a beef without there being one. And he created multiple episodes for confrontation after. It's brilliant.
It is, Vlad has said you're a conspiracy theorist.
Yeah.
He has never wanted you on a show. He has never reached
Ever.
out to you.
You know what? Hold up. Drum roll. Where do I find that receipt?
We got, is there?
On email.
Let me check.
Yeah, there's receipts?
No, it's on your YouTube, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
so let me go over here to my baby's channel, Set in the West. Shout out to
Set in the West. Running the numbers up. Go there for all the exclusive. All the exclusive.
You know, it's so funny. I love bigging his channel up.
Yeah.
I love it. I do. I love it. I love having a man that not only do I agree with his content, but it's great. And I can be like, ooh, my man over there doing, get over there.
I love to see something from scratch, turning up, going from
right.
I mean, it's already something, but to just see it rise to the heart. No diddy. I love to see that.
Yeah, no, he's as much of an information bloodhound as I am. Is it in?
It's here. This is it. The federal government just come out with some new regulations that allows you to buy real estate with less money down than ever before. Less than 5%. I'll show you how to do it with no money down. I'll show you how to do it with no credit. I'll show you how to do it on 2 units, 4 units, 40 units. I'll show you how to do it on single family.
You can stop the video, Kareem. I keep this guy, man.
My team's going to put a link below, man. This is an emergency. Okay, I came out of the ocean to tell you about it. You don't need to know anything right now except that you're committed to taking advantage of it for you and your family.
All right. Apparently, whenever I see something here. Somehow these commercials get somehow incorporated into these videos. But when I first download them and everything else, they're not there. But anyway, look, we're back. Jaguar Wright, you heard what she said. This. I'm going to talk to you 1968. Yashara, I'm going to talk to you as well. But we have Unseen Soldier on deck. And okay, Unseen Soldier, as the conversation continues, welcome in. What's on your mind, brother?
Shalom. Can everybody hear me?
We hear you loud and clear.
Okay, peace. So when we look at the music industry, right? To me, I look at it and it's like the curses. It fulfills prophecy, especially when we're dealing with the so-called Negro. And I can go all over the place, but specifically in these United States and around, surrounding areas. Now, Jaguar Wright and these people who've been coming out saying, things about the abuse of the music industry at the hands of these moguls like Diddy, Jay-Z, and all that. one thing now, when it comes out, right, it's an allegation. And most of the time, not everybody is astute in the music industry and watching what these people do. So they don't know, you hear allegation. Yeah. And I'm very cautious about allegations coming out because I done seen both sides, the truth and when somebody's lying. So I look for lies. I look for people who lie about things that can easily be proven. And that's where I kind of, let's take Jay-Z and this thing. Now remember, everybody has to remember when Aaliyah left R. Kelly, not too long after that, she started hanging with people like Jay-Z, Dame Dash, Missy Elliott, and all that so forth. Now, one thing that really kind of got me when I watched and I caught Dame Dash in a lie is when he did an interview and he was saying now remember she was supposed to be his fiance or something, whatever. And he
Yes,
told the
yes, yes.
story about him and Jay. He didn't know Jay liked her until one day they was at this house, blase woo. But the lie I caught him in. So he did an interview and people remember the Best of Both Worlds albums. This was Jay-Z and R. Kelly. And he said he didn't want anything to do with that because of what R. Kelly did to Aaliyah. And he told Jay, I don't want anything to do with it. Whatever he's involved in, I'm not touching it. And Jay went on ahead and, because Jay was about money, this, that, whatever. So, and you can find this interview on YouTube. This is why I saw it. This is the lie he got caught in. How did he get caught in the lie? Well, when you go look at the R. Kelly video, Fiesta remix, Dame Dash is in that video partying with them. So you start to see inconsistencies with these folks. And I can go on and on. Now, the music industry, none of this, what was it, Solomon? There's nothing new under the sun. What was will be if it's to last. So we could go back to Aretha Franklin, and she was sleeping with Sam Cooke when she was 12 years old. So, and we could go on. We could talk about Patti LaBelle. We could talk about the Staples sisters, who the Womack brothers was having orgies. That's why the Pop Staples had stepped in, and every time you seen the Staples sisters, they was with their father because he put an end to that. Ray Charles in his book when he talked about Aretha Franklin's father. Now remember, Aretha Franklin's father was a preacher, well-known preacher, a powerful preacher. But Ray Charles said when he used to go to his church after services, they would lock the doors and they would have orgies. And it'd be man on man, woman on woman, anything goes. So when we're dealing with the music industry, you dealing with a monster that's always been here. So to me, it's not a stretch. It's like, what did Moses tell us in the wilderness? Look here, I lay before you blessings and curses, life and death. Choose life so you and your offspring could live. And some of us willingly are choosing death. We don't really have to go look at the music industry. I'm gonna touch back on that in a second, but let me say this real quick. I don't want to be long-winded. We don't really have to look at we can look around us, like right now, right? It reminds me of Geronimo Pratt when he was talking and he was saying the Panthers and them who started from grassroots, they didn't know the FBI was watching them. And remember, these were young kids. These were teenagers, they late teens, early 20s, that started this movement. Though they were misguided in a lot of ways, but they started, and the powers that be noticed these youngsters, these children, was a force to be reckoned with. So he said one day in the interview, he noticed something. He started noticing things that was going on around him, and he saw that, wait a minute, he realized tactics they had taught him in Vietnam, and they were playing it out. And he said he identified certain things, so he knew. My point is, even on this internet, right? And Israelites on this internet, I don't know if you consider us grassroots or whatever, but we never know who's watching us. We never know who's looking. Like I said, the Panthers said they didn't know the FBI was looking. They would never thought it. The FBI would be looking at them, sweating them that hard. And where I'm going with this to be brief, we have to clean up amongst ourselves, because a lot of these things we're talking about that happen in the industry, as far as this music industry, I see it happening right here on the internet amongst Israelites. I see a whole bunch of Israelites straight wicked. And a lot of people don't agree with the way I called them out, but nevertheless, they must be called out. And brother, everything you just mentioned, lust, greed, lying, all this stuff, I'm watching a lot of these Israelites getting into. And I'm watching them, and they have followings. And I'm watching the damage they're doing. It's like, I tell people all the time, and let it go. I tell people all the time, when you read the Bible, it gives you the ability, and people don't understand me when I say this, it gives you the ability to look into the future. You can actually see the future. If you understand everything that was, will be, your eyes will be open. And once you start identifying things like people who have the Saul spirit on them, people who move like, certain people out of the Bible, you can see what's going to happen. You can understand this is going to happen. And I watch these brothers get up here and lie. I watched the brother, an Israelite dude, swear on the Torah, put his hand on it in the camera and swear on it. Swore on the Torah, swore on his life, swore on his baby's lives, just for a couple of weeks later to say, oh, I was just talking mess. I was just talking crazy. I didn't mean that. That ain't real. And this dude has a following. So it's everywhere. What's happening in the music industry, it's all part of our life. So never think that, when you look at these stars, these celebrities who caught up in this shit, who caught up in all this madness, this wickedness, you can look around right now on the internet and see the same thing going on amongst our brothers and sisters in the Israelite community. Go ahead, brother. I'm gonna say some more. I just don't want to be long-winded. Go ahead.
Okay, first of all, there's no such thing as long-winded. But I want you to continue talking. But now, what's on your mind, Seventh Answer?
I want to say, I believe that, what's his name, Epstein? I believe they part of that list. Instead of going off of them rich white people, they starting with them. I think they was more of a mule, the ones that bring the entertainment, getting paid, you know what I mean? To bring the entertainment to that ranch. So I think it have a lot to do with that too.
And you're cooking with gas, Seventh Answer. You absolutely right. Now, unseen soldier, you're not being long-winded. When the spirit is on you and everything else, and you're compelled to talk, go ahead and talk. You bring it. See, I'm glad you brought up the Israelite issue, because see, maybe you haven't been a long-time watcher of this production here, but I and my other co-host, Yeshaya Dar, we've been very much revealing. Indeed, I see how powerful the spirit of discernment is on you. Indeed, you're the United States government under the COINTELPRO, Counterintelligence Program, founded by J. Edgar Hoover and former President George Herbert Walker Bush, yes, has indeed, along with other higher principalities under what is called the Rosicrucian Order, have indeed penetrated the Hebrew Israelite movement. So Unseen Soul, I'm gonna come right back. Hold it down, Kareem. I gotta go right now. Hold it down, Seventh Dance. I'll be right back.
Well, let me say this so there's no dead space. Again, the entertainment industry, when we look at Hollywood, the music industry, that's just another branch of this. It's the propaganda branch of this government. You have like, okay, let's go back to R. Kelly when he got hemmed up. Now, a lot of those things that was said about him, if you have any sense, you would know they're not true. However, I don't give him no pass for the stuff he was doing. And a lot of so-called blacks got offensive and they was like, yeah, well, they just mad because he's a black Hugh Hefner. And Hugh Hefner was doing all that stuff. And why they ain't say nothing about him? And he died and had 20 girlfriends. And Negro, this is their dominion. You cannot do what they do. This was not for you. You can't get around these people acting wicked like they act and think no punishment's gonna come on you. In actuality, if you are who you say you are, you're living under a double curse. So what makes you think you can get around these people, get comfortable with them, start doing what they do, and think you're not going to be first on the chopping block? It don't work like that. Don't work like that at all. Now we can sit back and we can look at, started with Michael Jackson, OJ. We can go on and count the black men that got caught up in this sex scandal stuff. And now they're starting to work on Jay-Z. And we brought up Russell Simmons, the one who ran over there to, where was that? Bahrain or whatever. I forgot where, Bali. So, it's just amazing to me that we have not, well, I'm going to say we, I can't make general statements like that. But a lot of these Negroes have not seen that this is not set up for you. It's not. Now, people can say what they want to say about the scriptures and what they believe and what they don't believe. But let me tell you, living it and going through it is a hell of a teacher. It's a hell of a teacher. So if anybody else want to speak, I'll come back in. I don't,
Well, Unseen Soldier, you're unpacking, both of y'all. You and Karan both are going heavy and everything else, and getting ahead of yourselves, or getting ahead of what I had laid out. That show you how the Spirit work. That show you how the Holy Spirit work. But you are absolutely right. At the top of this presentation, and we want to welcome you all. I want to welcome Asiatic 777, along with Garden State Boss. Welcome to the Lions Den, where as this heavy, high-powered spiritual conversation continues. Listen up, y'all. We have to understand that the fall of our people who dip their hand in this blood pool, for all of us who are practicing Israelites, and those of you who may not be practicing Israelites, but you are you may be getting your awakening. This is all a wake-up call for every last one of us, that we all have to understand the devil is not your friend. The devil is the grand ultimate professional international manipulation practitioner, pimp. Okay? And if you choose to be a hoe of the devil, now I have to be raw, and for my young listeners out there, please understand this. This is not me saying these terms just for the sake of saying them, but I have to put it in there's some things you just can't sugarcoat. And if you choose to be a hoe of the devil, there's gonna come a time when the devil kicks you out. When the wrath of the Lord God Almighty comes down on you, he forsakes you and kicks you out because, see, he ain't gonna protect you from the Lord's wrath. His job is to tempt you to see where you're at. See, all of us, you brought out the wickedness within the Israelite structure. I'm glad you said that, unseen soldier, because now you're giving vindication to myself and Yeshua. We've been getting all kind of bad press because we've dared to point out the hypocrisy and the evil within the Hebrew Israelite structure, because you're right. The counterintelligence program, J. Edgar Hoover, is long dead. But still, the spirit of the Pharisees, the Sadducees, the Essenes, the Epicureans, the barbarians, and other wicked enclaves of Israelites, that spirit, the Hellenists, that sellout demonic spirit is still in effect among our people as it is this day in this last captivity that we're suffering. But now, the Most High put the spirit on Cat Williams, who's a non-practicing Israelite, but yet he gave him the clairvoyance to say at the top of this year that 2024, and I'm going to add on now, 2025 and going forward, all evil is up. The reign of Satan is now up, but it's not like he ain't going to go out with a fight. But all these things are now being revealed nonstop, and it's not going to stop. It's not going to stop, but it's all for us now. Those of us who trying to stay right, to live right, be right. Now you are seeing why the Bible cautioned against this lifestyle. See, like I said, I made the mistake. Okay, I didn't get too deep, but I did go deep enough to try to make the devil my friend, and it don't work. It does not work out. It's a dead end. And now we're all, see, and as I said, when we watch Jay-Z, when we watch Sean Combs, we watch all these other celebrities who are now dead and gone, both black and white, okay? Prince and so many others. Prince, Bernie Mac, the late Aaron Moran who played Joni on Happy Days. You have, who else? David Bowie, musician Kashif, and so many others who was all laying down what was going on in the industry, what they saw, what they couldn't handle no more. Many of them resorted to crack and drugs. The late Denise Matthews, known as Vanity. All of them dead and gone. Overwhelmed, completely overwhelmed, because why? Once you go into the devil's blood pool, you're going to have to face the piper. Now, that evil that you bring up, that you go into, once you get in, you can't give it back. Blood in, blood out. That's like the Most High. See, Satan operates on the inverse of the Lord. Like the Lord said, when I bring you in on this side of the field, you can't go evil. You can't take the secrets that I'm giving you. You can't take what I've given you and try to use it for your own personal gain, because I'm going to see you on it. See, my name is Malachi, but see, it ain't like I couldn't, if I didn't fear the Lord, if I was suicidal out of my mind, I could easily become Malaliah and go out here and get a ministry or a sinistry going on and get paid. Because unfortunately, among our people are those who love it. To quote Jeremiah in the 5th chapter, Jeremiah 5:30, he said, I've seen a wonderful thing. Wonderful used in the context of it boggles his mind. The priests and the preachers out here mislead the people. I'm paraphrasing, but he says, mislead the people, and they love it so. Because there are a great many people who still are in a league with Jeremiah 7:8. Behold, you're trusting lying words that cannot profit. You want to trust these lying words that all these agents of Satan want to bring you, and now you're seeing they don't pay. Now, earlier on, you had Brother Karab and you, Sister Karima, y'all went into the whole issue of Asmodeus. But now, that's why we're cautioned now. When we come into this light, when we start walking this walk and everything else, that's why the Lord said, Ephesians 6:11, Put on the whole armor, not some of the armor, the whole armor of the Lord. That you don't fall for the wiles. Now, wile means trickery. Now, there are 12 aspects of Satan that he uses to lure people in. And if you ain't cautious, you can get caught up in it real easy. You have Lucifer, the aspect of pride. Beelzebub, the aspect of envy. Satan, which is wrath. You got Abaddon, which is sloth. Mammon, greed. You know what I'm saying? You got Belphegor, gluttony. Asmodeus, lust. Spectra, the demon that walks around in haunted homes and everything. You got obsession, the stalker spirit. You got incubus. You have the vampire that sucks the life out of you. You got fairies, and you got Leviathan. But let's get stuck on Asmodeus, the lust spirit, the demon that Asmodeus spoken about in the book of Tobias, in the book of the book of the Bible called the Apocrypha. He was obsessed with, I forget her name. You just mentioned her name. Somebody tell me her name when you come back on. But the bottom line is, who? Somebody say her name, please. All right.
Hold on,
Anyway,
I'm looking it up real quick. Hold on.
Okay, just mute your mic when you do that though, because you're running interference.
Okay.
Yeah. So the bottom line is, look, Asmodeus, the demon, the lust spirit. Let me show you how this thing works. That's the number. There are 3 aspects that the Most High made, but when they're misused and you go and play in Satan's field of his sandbox, they become demonic. And that is beauty, money, and power. Now, the actual word I want to use for beauty, okay, it sounds like beauty, but it's BOOTY. We got kids listening. I just try to sanitize it. But he uses lust. That's how he uses lust. Let's look at America. Let's look at this country, America. Look at the fact that pornography is so out of control now. That here it is now, even on television shows. Power. I can name some shows. I had to stop watching TV now because it's just in your face. But there was a time back in the 70s, the 60s and 70s, that kind of what they call blue movies and all that stuff back then, it wasn't so readily available. It was only within the millions of dollars and stuff. But now here it is in 2024. The pornographic industry is now, at last count, a $20 billion industry, y'all. $20 billion now and better. Which means what? That 9 times out of 10, there's always some access to Asmodeus, lust, and obsession, the stalker spirit. These are the 12 entities that Satan is using to seduce you. Okay, he uses greed, mammon, the lust for money. And people are doing any and everything for $1. You see, when you look at the whole aspect of pornography and how it infiltrates into all other professions, not just celebrity, but political, social. There are people out here doing things in those arenas that they ought not. That's why when you go to church, when you go in even some of these Israelite enclaves and groups, now this whole introduction to and this indoctrination in the sexuality, in the misuse and perversion of sexuality. That's how deep it is. A $20 billion industry, and nothing is off limits, from child pornography and molestation. That's why you have here it is, Jay-Z being accused of a 13-year-old, raping a 13-year-old. Let's say he's not guilty of that. Still, let's not forget though that I think he was 28. And I think Beyonce, when he got with Beyonce, she was no more, what, 17 or 18 years old? I think. So it ain't too much of a stretch. Okay, but still my point is, the point I'm raising is they use lust, demonic lust. And look how David got caught out there with Bathsheba through greed, lust. See, when the Bible says there's nothing new under the sun, it's a true statement. But when you use beauty, power, and money outside the grace of the Most High, it only becomes demonic in the fact that people will do anything for it. Okay, they got you got and within that whole pornographic imagery and stuff about the issue of what? Producing what? Your uncontrollable rabid desire, all right, and your titillation of your sensual senses and how far you're willing to go. Okay, look at Halle Berry. Brilliant, wonderful, talented actress. Did she get the Academy Award for Losing Isaiah? No. Did she get an award for her brilliant performance as Dorothy Dandridge? No. What did she do? She went up here with Billy Bob and Monsters Ball and degraded herself. See, you think that was just a movie, y'all? This is what they had. They require of our people because they so feared being poor, they'll do anything. You got parents giving their children over to these monsters, pimping their children. That's why I said Satan is the grand ultimate pimp, a professional international manipulation practitioner. And it's all based on your fear. Look, being poor is uncomfortable, but there's nothing worth your soul. And as long as you understand these 13 aspects that Satan uses to get at you, Beelzebub, envy, jealousy. Look how out of jealousy, someone will kill you because you have a little more than they do. They think you look better than them. This thing is sick. This is how demonic and sick this world is. That's why when you're under the laws of the Most High, they protect you from those things.
1,000 pounds, brother.
Come on in.
You just brought up something when you said you have people giving their children over. Now, and that touches right back on the music industry. Remember this last situation with R. Kelly when he got caught up this last time. What did the girlfriend say? The father dropped her off over at R. Kelly's house. When you go through those documents, if you got the transcripts of that trial that went down in New York, the mother of the girl who the other girlfriend, because remember he had two girlfriends at the time, she was driving her daughter state to state to go to each R. Kelly concert. Now, R. Kelly's concerts, you have to be 18 to enter. The girl wasn't 18 yet. And the mother was still driving this girl from state to state to state just to get R. Kelly. They would say R. Kelly was paying for hotel rooms and all these things just so this girl could be with R. Kelly. Now, I'm a person, I look at it like, if you're going to come down on wickedness, you have to do it with an even scale. You cannot, that mother did not get charged with anything. No, she should have been charged just like R. Kelly. So then we sticking with R. Kelly, we go back to Aaliyah. This is when she was with R. Kelly. How did R. Kelly get Aaliyah? Aaliyah's uncle. Who is it? Gladys Knight's husband was the one driving Aaliyah from Detroit to Chicago, underage, dropping her off with R. Kelly. And it just so happens that after R. Kelly, now she's around Dame Dash and Jay-Z and Missy Elliott and them. And Dame and Jay-Z is fighting over her. You see this? So here we have these children being given over. The heart is deceitful and desperately wicked above all things. Who can know it? Yah said he tried the reins of the heart to give every man and woman their desires according to their wishes. So what is he telling you there? You desire something in your heart, be it good or bad. You desire good things, he's gonna bring good things to you. You desire wicked stuff, wickedness is gonna come to you. So you better be right. You better have a pure heart, and you better know what you're desiring. So what was the outcome of these desires these people had to be famous, to be, celebrities? Look at me, I'm somebody. What did R. Kelly get? Something like 30-some years? Who knows what they're finna do with Diddy? I think the sister was right. I do think a lot of that with Diddy is tied directly to that Epstein stuff. Directly to it. He's the same. They call it a honeypot sting. The government does this. What they do is they go get international dignitaries and they put them in a situation when they're alone with a woman, or if they know they sideways in their sexuality, a young man or whatever, get them in somewhere and get the recording. Come back on them. Yeah. You're going to do what we want you to do. No, I'm not. Oh, yes, you is. Look at this. Barack Obama's mama, it came out, used to do the honeypot stings for the government. This is why her children is the Rainbow Coalition. They was getting a lot of people like this. Diddy is the same thing. Now, funny how all this Diddy stuff is going on. Where's Lil' Kim at? Remember, Lil' Kim came out. She was, she changed hip hop as far as women are concerned, but because she came out on that freak stuff. Freak nasty. Where is she at now? Because if you go back and listen to a lot of those lyrics from Biggie, what was that song? Was it My Downfall? Me and Sean Combs on our way home with these crystal chicks, about to make our own porno flicks. My life's the ish. Yeah, those lyrics, do you see how that aged? Me and Sean Combs on our way home with these crystal chicks, about to make our own porno. My life's the ish. He's telling you right then what Diddy was doing way back with Biggie. And then the stories that came out about Biggie, because Biggie had a lot of questionable lyrics, but the stories that Lil' Kim and Lil' Cease talked about Biggie, they say he'll walk out, everybody watching TV, he'll walk out in the towel, jump in front of the TV and rip his towel off in front of everybody. Or go in the hallway, scream at a hotel, everybody come out their room, he in the hallway butt ass naked doing the butterfly. What grown man does this? And we don't want to talk. See, and this is another thing that I watch people do, and they just look over it because it's Biggie. Now, don't get me wrong. Biggie was a cold lyricist. I still listen to his stuff. But Charlie Baltimore, people don't want to talk about that. Biggie was 24 years old. When he was messing with Charlie Baltimore, she was like 14, 15. She had just had a baby. If you go to This Is 50 and you search for Charlie Baltimore's interview, when Jack Thriller is interviewing her, she's talking about she had to do something for her daughter because her daughter had just had a baby. And he was like, Jack Thriller was like, you ain't old enough to have a daughter to have a baby. She was like, my daughter like 18. So he was like, no. So that means when you was messing with Biggie, and he started doing the math, and she was like, shut up. And then he stopped when he realized, wait a minute, you was underage. He just stopped and looked into the camera. Go look at that interview, because what they'll do is they'll change stuff on the internet. You go pull up Charlie Baltimore's age and all that, and it'll say something that's not true. But when you go look at the interview and hear it out their own mouth, it hit different. Charlie Baltimore had just had a baby when her, Biggie, Lil C's and them had that car crash. Charlie Baltimore was 15 years old when she had that baby. She was already messing with Biggie. They try to hide these things. So this music industry, it's been wicked. Like I said, you go back to Sam Cooke and them. James Brown played a hand in Sam Cooke and Otis Redding meeting their fate. In actuality, if you want to be truthful, once you study that, once you study hard, Martin Luther King inadvertently played a hand also in what happened to Sam Cooke. When he opened his mouth and said he don't need the White House money no more, his best friend Sam Cooke was going to help fund this movement. Sam Cooke was a wise man, though he was into his sin too. Remember, Aretha Franklin was 12 years old when she was messing with Sam Cooke. But Sam Cooke was a wise man for his days. He owned his masters. He owned all that. Him, Otis Redding. You had a few of brothers who realized what was real power in that game. But once Martin Luther King opened his mouth and put his name out there like that, that created a problem. But my point is, this music industry has been a demon, been a monster. You go to the Suge Knight, Irv Gotti, Jay Prince, Dame Dash. Forgot, was there another one? Either way it goes, they had came up with a plan to start a company to distribute black music. Now, when it first came out, it was Professor Griff who said Jay-Z caught wind of it through Dame Dash and went and told. So a lot of people didn't believe it. A lot of people was like, oh, that's just conspiracy theory. Because, you know, Professor Griff started hanging around the conscious community. So a lot of people was like, nah, that ain't real. Next thing you know, Dame, Irv Gotti, they started coming out saying, no, that's true. Who gave them the blueprint to put together a company to come to distribute black music and black entertainment? It was Michael Jackson. He held a secret meeting with them and gave them the blueprint on how to do it. And you see, they toppled all of them. Killed Michael. Got rid of him. That's another story. But they toppled all of them. Knocked them all out the box. This is not what I'm saying here is nothing you can't go on YouTube and look up and see it coming out their own mouths. So this wicked beast that we see, you know, don't get me wrong. I grew up on music. That's why I got a lot of knowledge about it. I was around the music industry, a company called Mob Records. This is where Mr. C came out with the Cha-Cha Slide. If y'all are familiar with that, everybody clap your hands. I was at the studio when that was recorded. So I was around the music industry briefly. It was my love for music, what my mama raised me on, which pushed me in that direction. Luckily for me, I never really got too deep into that stuff. But my point is, that's an evil that's always going to be there. And until we clean ourselves up and start living right and acting right and use it for what it's supposed to be used for, it's always going to be a tool for them to use against us. Look at the streaming services that done came out now. Artists don't know what they supposed to be paid. In actuality, They felt like they was losing so much on the bootleg CDs and all that. They needed some get back. So you really don't know how much no artist actually really knows in this day and age when they sign to those major labels what they're supposed to be paid. They're told what they're supposed to be paid. But the stream, that's a whole nother breakdown right there. But my point is, this wickedness, it transcends the music. It's in everything. This internet that we're on, it's a form of entertainment. And you see a lot of people, you know what? I'm just going to start calling names. I don't know how to be no other way. So you see a lot of people on this internet, in the conscious community, and if you really pay attention to them, they done been on programs before. The guy Ali Muhammad that was on Sinetta's TV, he was on an episode of Parking Wars. And it's my opinion that once they get a taste of that camera, that exposure, they keep chasing it. Judah Nazareth, he was on the news before. This is another one. And I take issue with Israelites. So I especially take issue with him because I've seen his wickedness. And he's just displayed it in front of everybody. And people keep their mouth shut about it. He don't even hide it. He chased after men, women, call men, women, all manner of lustfulness, covetousness. And he do it out in the open. He don't even hide it. Lie at will, yet still claim he's a priest of the Most High. And when I call him out for it, or if anybody else call him out for it, we're wrong, we're weirdos, we're bottom feeders. I watch these Israelites lie on people, make up whole stories about them being pedophiles. Judah Nazareth lying on people, lied on me, talking about I gave another Israelite child porn. 2 days after he made that lie, it was discovered that he asked for child pornography from Sinetta's wife, Nepal, which he covets. And he chases around and he lusts after this woman. And she exposed them. This is the wickedness going on in Israel. I ain't going to say nothing up here. I can't give you a receipt and prove right now. And a lot of us brothers and sisters walk around and act like this ain't happening. They do it right in your face. You got Israel Doctrine. Another dude claimed to be an Israelite, calling the FBI on people, calling the police on people because he's mad because he don't get his way on the internet and he make up lies and he tell you right in your face he did it. See, we don't have discipline. Now, I don't necessarily agree with those camps, but one thing I do give them is discipline. They have discipline. And this right here, without discipline, we easily infiltrate it. Easily. You don't have checks and balances. See, that's another thing when we deal with these Israelites on the internet. Notice how none of it is set up like the Israelite kingdoms of old. You had the governing side and you had the priest side. You had the side that would go and administer to the people, enforce the laws, and then you had the priests. You don't have that here. What you have is a bunch of dudes running around. I'm smarter than you. I know more about the scriptures than you, so you should follow me. And they turn this whole debate thing into I could get more women than you. I'm better than you. I'm a star. And all they are is clowns. And I don't mean to come down on my sisters. This is not the case. But I watched some of these dudes pull these sisters in with the scripture, then do them wrong. The sister realized this dude is a fraud, and she go astray. Next thing you know, she's somewhere in Boudon or something. And I watched these wicked ass dudes do this shit. It's a lot. Excuse me. Lord forgive me. I apologize. But I watched these dudes do this. And Israelites just turn their head, don't want to say nothing, because they want to do some debates. Either you believe you're an Israelite or you don't. Either you know you're, forget belief. Either you know you're Israelite or you not. And what does the scripture say? Some of us shall wake up to everlasting life, and some of us shall wake up to everlasting what?
Death.
Sorrow, despair, death. And that's what some of these Israelites woke up. They know they Israelites, but they don't struggle with their wickedness. Now, I ain't even gonna lie to y'all. I ain't gonna hold you. One of my sins, I don't forgive. I don't know why. And that's part of that vengefulness. And I struggle with that. Because I be having extreme malice when I catch you doing something you ain't supposed to be doing. And especially when you do it to me. I struggle with that. So I watch a lot of these brothers. I done reached out to I don't know how many Israelites saying, hey, can y'all counsel this brother? Hey, can y'all step to this brother? Hey, look what he doing. Sending them video clips and everything to everybody. And people act like nothing. Clearly breaking the commandments. Doing it on a daily basis like it's nothing. Let me close it out with this internet stuff. It's like the celebrity stuff. A lot of these cats on here, they want to be celebrities. And again, you never know who watching. Because I promise you, I can show you things why I know the Breakfast Club done got something from the conscious community. A lot of these celebrities done been watching the conscious community. I can show you. Some of them say something out of somebody's mouth verbatim. How did they do that? They must have been watching. So you never know who's watching. And a lot of these dudes and these females have figured that out. And they're on here trying to shine and be noticed. And one day, some celebrity will pick them up. I could give you examples of these people who've been in these communities who work for celebrities now. I can point out people like, what's the Cynthia G that got on Fox News off being on here spilling her rhetoric. And a lot of these cats know this. So it's, to me, there's no difference between these internet Israelites and the Hoteps and Moors and all that and the celeb. They just on the chitlin circuit. And they trying to make their way. So in closing, be careful who you associate. Once you see them start breaking laws and you see the deceitful, I don't care if you cool with them, whatever. Step to them, let them know it's wrong, and if you keep doing it, get away from them. Because they're going to drag you down with them. This is, it's, I don't know. I was raised in the street, the rules and regulations. If you did something that was against those rules, you got dealt with. So I understand discipline. And here we are saying we the chosen ones, and look what's going on amongst us. And I'm not saying everybody's doing it, but the ones who are doing it, They doing it freely. Nobody's saying nothing. And I take exception to that when it's Israelites. I take that personally. This, like I said, and I'm gonna let it go. This internet stuff is just like the entertainment industry. Just like it in so many ways. Go ahead, brother. I'm sorry.
Don't be sorry. Come on, man. Don't do that. Unseen, I really am moved to have you here on this panel. I am always amazed at how the Most High works through the great Son, Yahushua, or Yahshua, for those who speak different dialects of Hebrew. Because you know something? I and my other co-host, Yeshaya Dar, for the longest, have been putting out the APB and the alarm on just how entrenched and infiltrated the Hebrew Israelite community is. I, in particular, have been made offers by the Illuminati through the Rosicrucian as Rosicrucian division to sell out. And I told them no. But I know firsthand Israelites who took the money and are under the Rosicrucian and Illuminati order and work in league with the United States government and J. Edgar Hoover's counterintelligence program, and are deliberately out here putting out anti-God, anti-Christ rhetoric and activities that are unbecoming of the laws and the commandments and the integrity the Lord said we're supposed to be walking. I'm glad that you are now saying it, because see, there have been a lot of people who've been feeling some kind of way about myself and Yeshaya Dar revealing and exposing all this. But I'm glad you're here. And for all you naysayers out there, now here's a third party. We don't know this brother from a can of paint. And you heard his testimony. You see how the Most High work? He tells you that I've reserved unto myself 7,000 men. That's not a whole lot, but 7,000 men who not bow the knee to Baal. That I got voices out here and people out here on standby. My word don't go out in vain. Somebody knows something. Now look at this here. We have Unseen Soldier laying down his testimony. Now, all y'all who think we've been wrong, Yeshaya Dar and I've been wrong. In your mortal words of Kool Moe Dee, how you like me now, y'all? What you got to say? See, we're not making this up in a void or a vacuum.
Let me tell you.
Go ahead. Go.
The depth of the wickedness of some of these Israelites, right? This dude, Judah Nazareth, Davion, and Jeremiah's, right? Judah Nazareth lust after Nepal's wife. He done did it in the open, tried to get her away from him so many times. She had an enemy named Queen's Throne. These are women who had words over the internet. Let me show you how wicked these men are. So to aid her and her back and forth, getting in the women's business, he takes on the beef and attacks Queen's Throne, Judah Nazareth. And what does he do? He does this out in the open now. So don't nobody say I'm lying on the brother. You go to his page and look at it. For no reason, him, Davion, and Jeremiah get together and concoct a plan to call CPS on this woman to get her kids taken. Over these women are just having a back and forth on the internet. This priest of the Most High, who's lusting after another man's wife, joins in it and just comes up and says, I'm going to swat you and I'm going to call CPS and have your children taken away. And it was only when the woman he lust for exposed him, she put it out, all those who was involved in calling CPS on this woman. Davion, all them Israelites, Jeremiah's. These are grown men. Claim they're priests of the Most High, the Torah Knights. Why would you lie and call this system on a sister who ain't did nothing to you? This is the evil we dealing with. Again, I don't say nothing that ain't came out their mouth on the YouTube, and you can go look at for yourself. This dude think he's gonna score points with another man's wife by doing some wickedness, like calling CPS on a sister who ain't done nothing. No reason to call CPS. He just gonna do it just to get in good with this other sister. But these are our priests, supposedly. Let me put that there. These are the ones running around talking about some, we stand for the Torah and the Most High. And you got hundreds of people who know this. I ain't got nothing to do with it, so I ain't gonna say nothing. Yeah, yes, you do got something to do with it. You an Israelite. You saw it. And you ain't gonna say nothing? You just gonna keep your mouth shut? You ain't gonna say, no, brother, that's wrong. Why would you even think of something like that? This same dude got to talking about underage, the same woman who they was gonna call CPS on, got to talking about her underage daughter sexually on the internet, him and Davion. Talking about parts of her body they had no business. This man is almost 50 years old. Now, I'm nowhere near perfect, but I got sense, the spirit on me to know that you don't do stuff like that. But he's running around calling himself a priest. And I'm vexed because I'm watching all these Israelites who know it, who was there and saw it. Oh, I ain't got nothing to do with that beef. No, that ain't how Israel works. No, no, no. You know this brother doing wicked, you must address that. It's a bunch of fakers, man. Like I said, this internet is just like the entertainment industry. A lot of these brothers hit these live buttons, think they stars. That's why my circle gets smaller and smaller, because I see what it is. I couldn't stay in the street for this, but I see what it is. This man put his hand on the Torah in front of everybody, swore on his life, swore to the Most High, swore on his kid's life that Nepal said she was a child molester. She confided in him and told him this. Only for a couple of weeks later, oh, I was just talking mess. And nobody, he don't no repercussions for that. Now, don't get me wrong, y'all gonna get him. Oh, yes, he will. But I'm watching, see, once I identify what you are, I look past you now. Now I'm watching the people around you who know, and I'm seeing how they move. That way I could know who they are. This is despicable, man. These are the same ones who, if they could be in Jay-Z position, they could be in P. Diddy position, you know they will. Listen, this dude say, and listen to this. Same dude. He gets in a back and forth with people on the internet. This dude tell the wife of Sinetta exposes the dude and shows the proof. And I watched the live when he did it.
Before
He
you go any
says,
further, unseen, before you go any further, let me ask you this question now. Now, as a liberated moderator, I would have to give fair and equal access to those you're naming to come in to either confirm or deny what you're saying. But let's say if I was to bring them here and you here on the same platform,
He ain't lying.
No. Kareem, I'm doing it. This is a
ain't lying.
formality.
Same people attacking me.
No, seventh
same
answer.
people attacking me.
No,
he's
seventh
telling
answer.
everything he said is facts.
No, seventh answer. I know, but this is a formality I gotta follow, and I know he ain't lying. But let's say, would you be willing to say it to their face? That's what I'm trying to get at.
not only will I say it to their face.
I said it to their face. Yeah.
Not only, brother.
I got you started,
and they lied up on him.
Not only will I say it to their face, I will give you the evidence. I'll do it pre-hand or I'll do it right as we go in their face. I could give you the evidence right now. I've been calling these cats out, not only them, other Israelites, calling them out left and right. So, brother, please do that. If you can get them in the format in front of everybody for all to see, please do that. I got all the clips.
No. Hold on. They're not gonna come here. I know they ain't gonna come here. I just want to just answer the question. I just want to ask the question. You said yes. That's all I want to hear. The fact you said yes lets me know where you at. And then the fact that seventh answer started getting in and going in, I know where you stand. You ain't gotta. But it's a formality that I learned. To use, and everything
brother.
else. Go to work.
I understand. My point is this, and well, it's so many points. But one thing I did notice, and I saw the dangers of this. And again, it's like I could see what was, and I could understand these are spirits of old, that this guy was doing all manners of wickedness towards women, and women was falling they was going back into their world or going into wicked worlds because they was looking at it like, and I'm not saying all sisters, just like all brothers. Some people, they might just be coming into this knowledge, trying to understand it, and when they get done like that, they revert back. They walk away. And that's one of the many dangers in this. I done seen sisters who was in this, he do some retarded stuff to them. They realize he faking, you don't want nothing but sex, and then they go fall off into something else. Countless sisters. I've seen it for myself. Me and him used to always get into it over this. It was only when this Sinetta's wife came around and he started chasing her, and I started going in on that, is when he started blocking me and started attacking me, putting lies on me, because I would not let him get away with stuff. I take this Israelite stuff seriously. This ain't no game for me. I know what I've been through. I know what I am and what I ain't. And when I see something going awry, and I know, you know what? It's a vexation when you know somebody's lying and you cool with them and they trying to sit up there and have you go along with the lie. I'm not finna go through that. No, you did what you did. Man up and admit it. But they don't. They lie and they hide stuff. This is wickedness, man. This is just like the industry. And a lot of these cats know that. They think they stars. They get subscribers. They get people giving them praise, and they go to their head. Again, a lot of these cats that's wicked. I don't know what it is, but they've been on camera before. I can point them all out. I can point them all out who I done found, been on the news, been on a show or something, and look at their actions on the internet. And you got quite a few of them that are amongst the Israelite community. They fall in love with that camera, that attention, and their trueness comes. You can see exactly what's in their heart. It's laid bare for everybody to see. That's why, like I said, my circle gets smaller. I don't want no squares in my circle. And when I see these people going along with it, because they think they're part of the in crowd, or how he like to say the cool table, I know what they are. And he's indoctrinating a lot of these cats. I'm watching new cats come in up under this dude, turning a blind eye to what he's doing. Then you got, man, go ahead, bro. I don't want to get off topic. Yeah, so this music industry, man, like I said, a lot of things you'll find out. I used to look at, like Word Up magazine and Vibe and all the back in the magazine eras, and I used to watch and read things. And my mom, she used to work for a promoter, so that's another way I was around the music industry young. So she would have to come in and help set things up if a concert was coming in town, and she get autographs and things of that nature. And you get to see, like, if she had me or my sisters or my brothers up there, sometimes we get to see people coming in and all that. So I was always fascinated with the music industry. So I started learning early on as a young man. When I really started noticing, maybe around 12, 13, I started noticing the other side of things. Start hearing, little nasty words being said by somebody you saw on TV or whatever. And back in the day, your parents would be like, get out of this grown folk business. Y'all go somewhere. And we had to run off. And me and my brother be looking at, did you hear what so said? Yeah. So I realized at a young age, something behind this music industry that, we just looked at it as we just thought it was what grown folks do. But as I got older and I started seeing things for myself, like TLC. Now, people don't know, one of them had a cousin that was a well-known drug dealer from Illinois. Now, I'm not going to say where or his name or whatever, but that first album, when they talked about how they didn't get paid, they took out a loan from him. Each one of them got $10,000 from him. See, by working around that recording studio, I got to see things like that and understand, this music industry ain't, I could go on and on in that. But my thing is, the wickedness is just like this internet. It's like they're merged. Anywhere where there's fame or whatever they think they're going to gain from it, the wicked flock to it. And this, what we're doing, is no exception. Not at all. This Chitlin circuit we on, oh, please believe, people are watching. Believe that. And there's a lot of people who know that. But go ahead, brother.
Oh, I know they're watching and everything else, but like I said, man, the spirit is upon you and everything else, and that's why, whenever anyone who has anything relevant and intelligent to say, they get nothing but leeway to say what need to be said here. You're not, and I'm glad that you're on this broadcast. I'm not placating you. I'm not saying it to be saying it. You are coming in now, giving confirmation of what myself and my co-host Yeshaya Da and Seventh Answer, Lady Karima, we've been saying this for a long time. See, on here, ain't no respect to persons, no one, and no one gets away. If the reason that you are compelled to do what you're doing, you're fulfilling what in the book of the Bible called the Apocrypha Ecclesiasticus, the first chapter and the last tail end verses tells you that when you prove to be a hypocrite, I'm paraphrasing, 'cause I always want to make it listener friendly to my non-Bible believers and readers. You know, I like to just quote the scripture and you just leave it up to them later on to check it out. But in Ecclesiastes, the first chapter, in the last remaining verses in that chapter, it tells you that when you prove to be a hypocrite and the Lord gets tired of you, he will cast you down in the midst of the congregation. This is your testimony, Unseen. This is your testimony. This is your story and your revelations, because we done been going in on a lot of people who are nothing but paid operatives and paid agents of chaos being sent in here, excuse me, to subvert the Hebrew Israelite movement. We know that they're nothing but undercover agents and operatives in here. We know we're being watched because our algorithm get tampered with on a constant. Here it is, you'll have hundreds of people listening, but when you look at the views, it'd be only 126 people watched. Because they've been messing with our algorithm for the longest. We know what you're saying is definitely on point. Now, for those who are just now tuning in, you are now tuning into the conversation continues. The Lion's Den. I'm your host, Brother Malachi, Big Baby Hebrew. Normally we be joined by the captain, Yeshaya JT Raw, but he's, handling other pertinent affairs and won't be able to join our broadcast, or maybe he might join a little later. And we have the Seventh Answer. She handles the control tower. She clears the runway and makes sure that all air traffic is on point, scheduled properly, and landings and takeoffs are done smoothly and no crashes and no turbulence. Lady Karima, yo, let me see who's talking now. Let's go into the chat section, and now we're gonna see who's talking. 'Cause 1968, I want to holler at you, my man. Let me holler at you. But first, let me welcome. I want to say now hello to all my family members here. We got Tyrone Wiser in the camps, Brother Mississippi. Welcome. We got Unseen Soldier, of course, here on the panel. He joined. Yashara, hello. Hi, sister. How you doing? We got 1968, of course, Garden State Boss, Asiatic 777, Cooking with Billy. And you got so many people up in here mad at you cooking with Billy. You got Brothers Bound by Yahweh. You got Marquise the Player and Salaya Bunya. Welcome. And for all you out there who are not in the chat, all right, that's fine. And you're listening, I want you all to hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and share this show as we proceed. Now, let me see who's talking. Let me see what's going on up here. 1968, earlier on, you took issue with the fact that we brought in a video featuring Jaguar Wright. You had some colorful descriptives about the sister. But let me just break this down about Jaguar Wright. In the years that she's been exposing and breaking everybody down to their lowest compound in their evil and deviltry, 1968, not one time has she been sued, given any legal injunction. And an injunction, for those who may not know, is when someone tells you to shut the freak up and keep their name out their freaking mouth. She ain't nobody hit her with no libel, no slander or lawsuits of any kind. 1968. So yes, I feature her because yo, she's named dates, times, configurations, and to this day, no one has sued her. Oh, you hear? Oh, she's a conspiracy theorist, but they're not saying she's lying. That's what I'm looking for. Everybody she done named. Oh, I'll pray for her. But they don't say I'm innocent. She's lying. Oh, I'll take the high road and I'll pray for her. But they're not saying she's lying. They're not saying I'm innocent of what she said and then taking her to court, which is what we're supposed to do when someone is slandering your name, both personal and professional. It's your legal duty to shut them down and then sue them civilly, okay, to show and prove beyond all shadow of doubt that you're innocent. So yes, 1968, I bring forth that video with Jaguar, right? Because no one has proved her to be a liar yet. And there are other people out there working with her, funneling her information. And Karima, while I'm talking and getting at the comment section, do me a solid. Please draw up number 7. I think it should be labeled DMX. And I want to run this song. This joint here hits different now that he's dead and gone, but it flows with what we're talking about tonight. Let me read on. Let me see. You say, yeah, now 1960, I do agree with you that Sam Cooke was done wrong in life. Okay, I do agree with you that, yeah, he definitely was set up when it came down to the issue of him going into ownership. But now, if what unseen soldier laid down about him getting with Aretha, this is the first, I've never heard that before about her getting with Aretha Franklin when she was 12. But I mean that,
Brother,
wow, that
you can read this. This came out, and you can read it. I will not say nothing. I cannot back up, and I cannot prove.
No. I'm not challenging you. Believe it or not, I'm not challenging you.
No, I'm not saying you. I'm just saying for general purpose. My bad. Go ahead.
All right,
Yeah, we can't play no music. We can't play no artist music. We'll get copyright strike.
Oh, okay.
That's why I skipped over certain things that we can't.
All right, well, you know what? Now, thank you, Seventh Answer. I figured I just put it up there. I took a chance. But y'all know, okay, for all my DMX fans out there, you know the song.
I know. You got like three
installment, right?
Part 2, part 3. Yeah, I know.
But it's part 1. But it's part 1 that I always get hooked on because he broke down the deal he made. He wasn't playing. And when you go in the opening of Belly, I sold myself to the devil. The price was cheap. I just want to get it on and I want to eat. You think he was playing that yo? And the brother was driven out of his mind. He was repentant, all that. And they still got him. Blood in, blood out. See, when Asmodeus, that demon Asmodeus, when it gets a lock on you, when you've been someone of power and influence, the demon don't want to let you go. That's how strong this thing is. The same way the Most High loves you, loves us, the same way these demons, when you have a certain air and a flow about you, they don't want to let you go. When you can draw people in and you are feeding them, you're feeding them. When they feed off these vampires, when they feed off of you, they don't want to let you go. There's something about you that they got to keep you around. I mean, after all, y'all, since he brought her up earlier on, do you think that it was by accident that Aaliyah was cast in the Anne Rice Vampire Classic The vampire, the queen of the damned? You think that was just a movie and how they were all drawn to her as Akasha? But that's how she was in life. The queen of the damned. But let me move on. I'm gonna come back to that though. But that's how deep this thing is. Now, let me see what else is talking. We got Cooking with Billy. Oh yeah, Brothers Bound by Y'all. Thank you. Tobias' wife was named Sarah. Thank you. Asiatic 777. The natives in America use these deities that you call devils to take us into the underworld to resurrect first. Okay, wow. Okay, I got you. We got Salah Binya, thumbs up. Thank you, brother. Thank you very much. Always, Salah. I'm glad you appreciate what we do here. Now, 1960, this is where I see you be doing your thing here. Hollywood, California is a strategic military base doing exactly what it was set up to do, to produce Nazi propaganda on film and in music to help influence white supremacy worldwide. Damn. Bro. 1968, I see you know what time it is. I see you know what time it is. See, there are times where, now sometimes you might throw a little things out here that be kind of like, what? But this here, now this one here, you are absolutely right. The fact you said Nazi propaganda. Let me help y'all and let me tell you what that means. See, the United States government, it recognized that Adolf Hitler Schicklgruber, his Das Wunderkind program was what they were supposed to follow. What was Das Wunderkind constructed of? I know that you got people out here who will tell you that, oh, Adolf Hitler was talking about making the white race the blonde and blue-eyed, but he wasn't blonde and blue-eyed. That's the propaganda garbage. No, what Adolf Hitler understood was this here, that we are the children of Israel. He knew and knows who we are. That's why he was so taken with Jesse Owens, who destroyed his whole athletic team when Jesse Owens was over there in Germany. But let me get to the point though. But Hitler had a program known as Das Wunderkind, and Adolf Hitler understood because he was a Jesuit trained disciple, trained by the Jesuit order. He understood the dynamics of the Bible, that in inverse, if you can control people's minds, control what they read, control what they hear, control what they see, then 9 times out of 10, you can control them as a whole. If you systematically used colorful rhetoric and word. Now, what's the word rhetoric? Rhetoric is to use language influentially, but what you're saying isn't true. So he understood this. But because he was a fanatic, all right, and attacked fellow white people who did not want to let go of the Bible, did not want to let go the whole issue of them being Jews and they're not, he killed them. He was a fanatic, and that would worked against him. But now, this American government understand that Adolf Hitler Schicklgruber was on point. You're right, Hollywood, California, indeed, using illusion, using flash and dash, but that's how Satan gets you. See, Satan doesn't come to you, I'm the devil. Nah. Like Al Pacino's incarnation of Satan said to Keanu Reeves' character Kevin Lomax in The Devil's Advocate. You got to make it where you never make it where they never see you coming. He says, "Look at me. I'm nobody. Look at me." But yet and still, you wouldn't want to believe that I'm a master of this universe. No one will believe it. Just look at me. I'm short, inconspicuous, but that's what you're supposed to do. Don't let them. The devil makes it where you never see him coming, but he's smooth with it. He'll hit you with, okay, here it is. You always praying to God. You always praying, but what you got to show for it, huh? All this work and you broke, huh? How come everybody who you say doing it wrong, they paid and you broke? I'll give you money. I can give what you need. You know, for no strings attached. Well, a little bit, but what you gonna do for me? See, that's how you don't see him coming. And so through Nazi propaganda, you're right. This is everything that we're experiencing here in America has been indeed Adolf Hitler's Das Wunderkind. The controlling of what you see, what you hear, the controlling of the school system, the controlling of the churches, the controlling of any and every aspect of media influence, then the controlling of the medical field next, because if people get sick, if we tell you that we'll let you live or we'll give what you need if you bow to us, and you ain't gotta be too blatant with it. Just come on in, we got you. Let us give you this shot. We got you. That's right. This is all Adolf Hitler's Das Wunderkind. 1968. That's a very astute observation on your end. Okay, I'm watching you. Now let me move on. Go ahead.
One thing we must remember about Adolf Hitler, and if people doubt what I'm about to say, it's you can find this on YouTube. It's not hard. Adolf Hitler, when they went and found his relatives or whatever, and they did DNA tests. Now I don't really trust DNA no further. It's limits to that, but they will tell you he had a percentage of sub-Saharan African in him. Now we know what they mean when they say that. However, though, once you start looking into his history, many authors have came out and pointed this out about him, that on his father's side, he was small hat. When he disappeared, he dropped out of high school. I forgot what year it was or whatever, and he disappeared and he came back. That's when he started running for little political positions over there in Germany. The time he spent away, they surmised he was being schooled by his father's side of the family. When you look at his father's side of the family, these were very powerful small hats. They weren't just average running them. No, these were people with power. So when you go into this and you understand, about Jacob and Esau, and you know what was to become, just like how I guess the brother in the chat, I forget the name, how when he's talked about the propaganda and you brought up, he realized you have to control their mind. Well, when you look at it and you go into the concentration camps and you look at the numbers they say were there, there's no way he could have used the military to guard that many people. So he started hitting them with heavy doses of fluoride. And it's through this that they discovered fluoride was good for the teeth or whatever in smaller doses. But in heavy doses, they noticed the effect on the brain and how it made people docile and all that. And he used that to his advantage. You're right, a lot of this stuff over here that we, like even with the missile program, these ballistic missiles, that came out of Nazi Germany. A lot of stuff that the technology is like America leaped forward like 20 years just off German engineering as far as rocketry and a lot of things the Germans were so far advanced on. That's why what was it, Operation Paperclip, when they had to, they took those German scientists and they didn't persecute them or nothing. They just brought them into the United States fold. And this is where you get the birth of the CIA and other organizations from. But go ahead, bro. I don't want to distract. But it's very interesting once you start looking into him and looking what was really going on. It's very interesting how they demonize him for a reason. But go ahead.
Okay, you know what? I'm gonna have to repeat this again, brother. Whenever the spirit is on you and you talking, if I'm not interrupting you or not saying nothing, that means you're on the right train and right track. You're here to talk. Please.
Right, okay.
Stop saying you're not. Stop saying you don't mean to distract. You're talking. Go to work. This is an open forum. Talk. You got more to say? Do you have anything more to say?
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead,
Okay,
brother. But I got
sure?
you now. I got you. I got you now.
Cause you dropping it. Damn.
I'll jump in. I'll jump in when I get. But I got you now. My bad. I'm just used to not trying to, cause any waves. But I got you.
Okay, Yashara, you funny. Okay, sis, you're right. Okay, that's why I am talking about Jay-Z and others tonight. Okay, cause you said it's not fair we just talk about Diddy, cause Jay-Z that MF is guilty too. Okay, sis, we got you. And you know what though, y'all everybody who does disrespect the Bible, they are gonna get hurt. They are gonna get stepped too. I pointed it out on my last episode. On the last episode, our last episode. Let me not use the word my. Our last episode. Look at to vibe off of what you just said. Yeah, or what you said previously, Yashara. I look at the gentleman, Brother Polite. Now I want to make this emphatically clear. I don't believe Polite is guilty of those rape. I don't believe it. I don't believe that. But is he in prison doing time for being a heretic? For disrespecting the Most High's word? Shooting the Bible? But that was you? Yeah. That's why he's in prison. That's why he's doing time now. He's a prime example of what you just said, Yashara. But I don't believe the allegation. And let me tell you why I don't believe it. I'm going to tell you why I don't believe it. In all the time that I was out there, along with others, debating with Polite a few years back, a decade or so ago, right? Time flies. But my point is this. I can remember that you had Polite Palooza. I won't use Polite Mania. There was a point Polite Palooza was running wild. You had everybody out there, Vlad TV and all of them. Boy, when Polite was coming for the Israelites and coming at us, oh, go Polite, give them hell. Polite Palooza's running wild. Give him, go, Adam Bucko. Tell him Polite, yeah, Polite. But then, and yeah, money started coming Polite way. Polite was here, he was there, he was everywhere. But then, as soon as Polite started going for the Jewish community, Dianetics, Scientology, as soon as he started coming for Christianity, and everybody, when Polite proved to be what I call an EOGA, equal opportunity get at her. When he proved to be going after he went after everybody else. When he started slamming and jamming and going hard in the paint against all these other institutions, then all of a freaking sudden, he's a rapist. He's a child molester. But wait a minute, hold up. Where was all that when he was going for, but when he was just going for the Israelites, Oh, give him hell, Polite. Yeah, right, bucko. Everybody love Polite. Now, let me help y'all with as far as that rape allegation is concerned. Well, they found his DNA, brother. Okay, some of y'all out there, let's not be stupid. It ain't nothing for a person to take your used prophylactic, your condom, whatever, with your genetic material and spread it. And don't think for a second that people won't go through hell and high water to elaborately frame you to get your ass. I don't mean to cuss, but I got to just say it like it is. There are plenty of people who are doing time behind being framed, elaborately framed. And all I'm going to say is that Polite was this rapist dude. Now, is he a heretic? Yeah. Is he guilty of heresy? Yeah. Is he guilty of blaspheming? Yeah. And that's why he wear. I believe that wholeheartedly. You reap what you sow. Like you said, Sister Yashara, and everybody who have disrespected the Bible and blasphemed gets stepped to. But I'm looking at the fact that if he was this rapist and child molester and all that other stuff, why come that wasn't brought up beforehand? That's why I don't believe
it happened beforehand. He is
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
the rapist.
There was
And that is against us very strongly. Hold on. Because right now we're not gonna play this because everybody in it's a conspiracy. No, he fucked up. And I'm gonna say that. He fucked up. He raped that little girl. You feel me? It was testimony and everything. Ain't no getting back. We're not about to make no excuse for this monster. Okay? He literally did that. And he got away with being around children for a long time. And he should have been caught up long time ago when the police was on his ass for that runaway. You feel me? So we're not about to play these games about he innocent because of conspiracy. No, yeah, I believe that the Most High put that hand down on him. I can guarantee that. But at the end of the day, it ain't got. We're not about to play them. We're not about to do that one. That man is a rapist, and this is the thing. If you're not guilty of a crime, you're gonna fight it. If you're guilty and the evidence is way over you, that man ain't even took no chances to fight that case because he knew the evidence that was overwhelming on his ass. He gave up and he pleaded. So we're not about to play this game. Usually they fight hard to the death, to suicide damn near. You feel we not about to do this? Go ahead, because I've been behind that case for a minute.
And seventh answer,
say, brother.
Hold on. Let me just say, seventh answer. With that being said, I thank you for your correction. I didn't even, you know what? I wasn't even considering that. I didn't even consider all that. And thank you for the correction. Go ahead, Unseen Soldier. Go ahead.
Yeah, so there was another case before that one. Sinetta knew, and Sinetta exposed them for it. But Sinetta hid it. See, and there we go again with that wickedness. Sinetta hid the other case and didn't give details about it until Polite ripped him off and owed him some money. Then he came out and exposed them because it was his wife's niece cousin or something. And he called him Baby Dr. York. So what it was a young girl Polite was saying was his daughter, but it really was the daughter of one of his ex-girlfriends who ran away. And Polite took her from New York all the way over to California, underage, and she was living with Polite. Sinetta slipped in while he was talking and called the young girl Polite's wife. And then he outed Polite when Polite ripped him off about some money and started calling him Baby Dr. York and saying that ain't your daughter. You know what I'm saying? He put Polite on blast with that. So there was already these allegations pre-hand. Then there was another allegation where he is supposed to got caught with the girl on the side of the road. But I don't know too tough about that, so I'm not going to expound on what I know about that. But I do know
she ran away, and the police, they seen her, I guess, and she ran up in a store, and the police came up in there. I guess Polite was scared when they came up in there, but the girl, you feel me, ran away to be with him.
So that's the father. That's when the father saw her. The girl had ran away with Polite.
Exactly.
The father seen them out there like on 125th. She saw the father, the girl, and she ran in the store. The father ran in chasing. Polite, these are Sinetta words, because Sinetta said he was out there with him and he saw everything. Polite was crying and all this craziness going on. But there was another situation as to where people in the know who was around Sinetta came out and made the accusation that Polite got caught with that girl in the backseat of a car, and they don't know how he got out of that. But I don't know too tough about that. But Polite has a history of these allegations with these underage girls. Now, if anything, when I look into that last case, and I'm just gonna, sisters, y'all gotta forgive me for this, but I look at the mother a different way now that I know everything about it. Cause see, there was a guy who came out after the case was over. There was a guy who came out who said he worked for Polite, doing camera work and all that. So he went out there and was living in the house while all this was going down.
He was the driver. He was driving, and doing.
And he said, when he said what he saw, it kind of changed my mind somewhat towards the mother. And I saw how this could happen. Now, this is everybody. I got the video if anybody want it, where Polite has a leash around the mother's neck, and they're at a party throwing money, and he got the mother bent over, humping her from the back, pulling on the leash. Now, mind you, she has her daughter out there at the time. Now, while all this was going on, the driver / cameraman said one day they were in there and they was all drinking, and he went to pull the little Polite went to pull the little girl a drink, and the mama said, "No, don't do that." And Polite was like, "Come on, we all partying. This little ain't gonna hurt." And the mama let him do it. So, and I don't. Please, sisters, understand, I do not hold the mother responsible by herself. If anybody knows me in any interviews I did, I said, where was the father? I'm big on holding men accountable for their daughters. All I'm saying in this instance, that the mama was misled and let a lot of things happen that shouldn't have happened. But that does not give the father a pass. I like balanced scales, so I immediately look for the father. Where is he at? How did this happen? But yeah, that Polite has a history of these things, brother. Just check into that.
She's just partially to blame. You got the child running around in the hotel, and you know what I mean, going on these trips, and moving here to there, being around amongst men. I think it was the Mayweather thing that they was doing. They was trying to do a little concert or something going on where he did that video.
Right.
All right.
And that's another way. Real quick, brother. Remember what I said. You never know who's watching us. This is how Polite got in with Mayweather in the beginning. Mayweather had said something controversial. I forgot what it was. Something about blacks, and it was something he said, and he was getting a whole bunch of publicity over it, and everybody was coming down on him. Polite did a video defending Mayweather. Mayweather saw this, and he reached out to Polite, and Polite had became his spokesman on that. That's, again, you never know who's watching us. That's how Polite got in good with Mayweather, from that video Polite did defending Mayweather. That's how he got to become part of the money team and all that. So again, I say before I let it go, y'all don't, and people, you may think the chitlin circuit of the internet ain't going nowhere and nobody's watching. You will be sadly mistaken. They do watch. Go ahead.
And you know what I'm gonna say? First, I'm gonna thank you, Seventh Dancer Lady Karima and Unseen Soldier, for bringing clarity to my ignorance, because I had no idea. I had no idea about what y'all just uncovered to me and revealed to me. You know, and so
Lastly, there was a
I'm
crypto
humble.
brother,
Okay, go ahead.
Crypto Roots, I think that was his name. He went out there and lived with Polite, and he got to see Polite interact with that girl that he took out there, the underage girl. And he said it was not a father-daughter relationship. It was like they were dating. And he gave instances where, because Polite used him as a driver, he had inherited some money from his father passing, and Polite basically screwed him out of all the money. But while he was out there with Polite, he was Polite's driver. So he got to see how the family moved. He gave a whole detailed breakdown of how Polite's family situation worked. And he told with that girl, it was not father-daughter. It was more like boyfriend, girlfriend. He talked about how they interacted with each other, how the girl dressed, everything. He gave it all up. So there's history there,
And
bro. Just check into it.
he do not no longer exist either, don't he?
No, he's passed. Yep. You
Yeah,
right.
due to the situations he was going through, stress,
Yep.
whatever.
Yep.
Well, again, I thank y'all very much for, educating me and, forgive my ignorance. Wow, man, damn. But see, that's why I always say here in the opening, somebody knows something.
They said he was
And
involved in
everything.
the organization.
Now, as
That boy
we proceed
they
to give
said
you
that
what you need,
yeah, they said he was
welcome to the
involved in
Lions
that.
Den. Well, y'all coming in from a hard day's work.
You hear
And
me?
as you can see, we're talking about so many things. We've been talking about Jay-Z, we've been talking about uh, Puffy and everybody else. But there's one other aspect I want to cover. I don't know what number it is, Karima, but if you look at, I think it's number 4 or 5. I want to talk about Kathy White. See, what could be coming down on Jay-Z's head is the fact it was a young woman that he was allegedly involved with. I'm going to use the word allegedly. We have to always be careful. But I believe it's been said that she's that Becky with the good hair that Beyonce was talking about, at the time about a decade or so ago. And Miss White is now dead and gone. But allegedly she was always seen in Jay-Z's company. And if you recall, that infamous beatdown that Solange Knowles, Beyonce's sister, was beating up on and attacking Jay-Z in the elevator, that could have been what was going on. Jay-Z was getting around, and he got caught out there.
Don't
But
forget about Free. Remember her and what came out with Free? Remember Free from 106 in Park?
yeah, I remember her. Now, what about Free?
Man. So uh Free used to like Jay-Z, and she was showing it when every time he came on there and everything. So it came out that Jay-Z was messing with Free behind the scenes. They talked about a big blow up that happened at a concert. Um, Jay-Z, this is the time Jay-Z was on tour with R. Kelly, the best of both worlds. Destiny's Child used to pop up on the tour or whatever. So one day they do a show and Free's there. Now there's already tension because Beyonce understands why she's there. So the next show they do, which happened to be the very next day, Free shows up. She shows up with the clothes that Jay-Z wore on the previous concert. She's wearing the clothes. So mayhem ensues. This goes into the real reason why R. Kelly and Jay-Z had their little friction. So now, I guess as payback or whatever, Beyonce is going around R. Kelly's dressing room or whatever, and Jay-Z don't like that. But Free was also another one who was messing with Jay-Z behind the scenes. This hit came out, and if anybody unaware of it, matter of fact, I got a video that I'm gonna do, but after that, I'll bring out that because I still got the clips of that when it came out. That Free wore Jay-Z's clothes to the concert, the clothes he wore in the previous concert, and Beyonce was there and she saw it.
That's
So
some
yeah,
nasty work.
yeah,
That's
that's
some
some
nasty
nasty work.
work.
Yep.
Word. Damn. All right, now join the panel. We got a family member on deck. Brother Tashaka Kelly in the building. What's going on, Tashaka? As the conversation continues, what's on your mind?
Shalom, shalom, shalom. Grace and peace be unto the channel and to the and to the panel and the chat in and of itself. I'm really here just to listen and learn. I actually was driving back home and heard y'all talking about that guy Polite and the brother. I don't know his name, but he went into some stuff that's very factual. I didn't know that you wasn't aware of it because I believe that when the girl ran. The father chased her in the store. I think Polite took off too when he saw the father. But isn't that
Yes, you are correct. Yes.
isn't that Metnet or something? What her name is? Metnet? Isn't that like her little cousin or something?
Rodnet. I
Rodnet,
don't know.
yeah, the chick that was with
Yeah,
him when he used to go to the bookstore
right,
down there.
right. And this reminds me when
It's supposed to
he
be. I don't mean to cut you off, King, but ain't that Sanetta's wife, little cousin or something like that too?
yes, yes.
All right, all right,
And,
all right. I'm with you.
and this is where people should have seen it coming. He did a debate with that lawyer dude. What's his name?
Which one, the white boy?
No, Polite was in the debate with that guy who calls himself a lawyer. What's his name? He is a real lawyer. He got a Muslim name. I can't. It
Okay,
slips my
well,
mind.
I can't think of who you're
But
speaking of at the moment.
yeah, he's kind of known. He's a somebody. I can't remember his name right now. But at that debate, Polite was up there talking about how he homeschools his kids and all that, and he started talking about that girl, and he said she's 16 now. She just finished school.
I saw that. Wait a
Yeah,
minute.
and then look, and he was like, she's gonna go to Berkeley to study metaphysics. Come up here. And the girl came up there with a skirt with the bottom half of her booty out, and she kept pulling it down. It's tight, it was tight as hell. And I'm looking at this like, wait a minute, this is a young girl. What is he doing? Like, you let your daughter get in front of all this whole room dressed like that? Like, people
No,
should have seen that coming.
but everybody knew that Polite. Everybody knew this. Come on, let's go back to like 2013 when Sonetta was putting. He wasn't directly putting it out there because Polite hadn't really played him for the money yet. But he was saying like, nigga, I know you fucking with these little ass girls. Excuse my language. I don't want to get the flag, the channel flag. I'm sorry. Let me correct my vernacular. But catching what Polite was on, same thing with Sarah Sutton's. Everybody that's been on Sonetta panel, everybody knew what was up. Sarah Sutton said he a cokehead out of Detroit. We got Polite. We know Polite like to mess. He like them young, and he like a multiple. He like a bunch of them, you know. But Polite was good when Polite had his run. Polite had his run straight up and down. Couldn't nobody deal with the cat because the cat was coming off stuff that we wasn't ready for. I ain't gonna say we, that people wasn't ready for at the moment in time. He had did his research. Now, what somebody did call him the what they call him, Baby York. Ain't that nigga in jail with the same charges? The only difference is ain't no herpes involved.
Right. Sonetta called him Baby York. When he ripped him off, he was like, Baby Dr. York.
All them cats.
That's when he, yeah.
All them cats. I'm gonna cut you off, King. Most of I ain't gonna say all of them. Most of them cats been over there. They've been suspect. Look at. I hate the fact that my name. They call me Tushaka, but it's too close to Shaka. I remember when the brother from GOCC, he said he went up there to get ready to do a debate, And Shaka had the sissy in the room. Next thing you know, the very next week, all this nigga was talking about was fellatio, how he liked to give women fellatio. Come on, man. This man just caught you with a whole dude in the bedroom and the lingerie type thing. We know. Come on, man. Let's stop playing games with these cats. The conscious community is only conscious for itself when it comes to the conscious dollar. Let's get to the real facts about real facts. Like my main thing about everything, like I swing around a little bit. I be on the phone with people. I talk here and there. I do my little thing. But let's get on how we can not necessarily separate ourselves from certain instances. Let's get on top of how our dollar affect everything. When you went to the store today, I bet you went to the store today or the gas station or something. You probably got a pop. You probably bought you some French fries. You probably bought you some gas. How do we make this work for us? It's a young brother right now that's in South Carolina. And he's showing you that he can turn regular water. He don't care where it comes from. He don't care if it come out the tap, out the river, or it's rainwater, and turn it into petrol, which can motorize our cars. The last person that did that was in Buffalo, New York. And for some strange reason, he got killed by a sniper. The sniper happened to be at the little store, like the Jewels or the Oscos or the Walgreens or whatever. He just happened to be there, and dude went in there and shot up everybody. Check this, the same scenario. It was a dude that did the same thing in the South. When he went to get his patent, he just automatically disappeared. All this is researchable. These cats that's in this conscious community is cats that's in the conscious community. They done read some books. They got their theories. They get a little bit of following. That's just like, all right, I'll use this. Since it was bought up, because I was on my way home before I got on the line. DMX. DMX got a following not because DMX was a nigga that smoked a spliff or because he was robbing niggas. Because he had a voice. But it doesn't add up to the fact that we follow people for unconditional reasons, man. They asked me I was on a thing. I don't know if y'all familiar with Super Wavy. I was on a thing with him last night. We was talking about Malcolm X. They asked me, was Malcolm X a real nigga or was he a traitor? No, he was a real nigga. Once he clued in, B. That's what I'm saying. Once he clicked in, it was on. So even with the discussion, it's an open panel. I understand that. But even with the discussion that we have right now, let's discuss how we can properly promote ourselves to use our dollar better, as well as bang on the fake people who's taking our dollar for their good. There's no way that you're in New York driving a Honda Civic and the next thing you know, you with a tranny and one of them three-wheelers in Beverly Hills, Mr. Polite. Let's use that one. There's no way that you call a train or Amtrak, not an Amtrak train, you call a Greyhound from Detroit to come to New York to go sit on Sarnetta couch and get smacked in the mouth by Lex. No, by Zion. Who slapped him? I think it was Lex or Zion. One of them slapped him in the mouth.
Zion. It was Zion Lex.
All right. There's no way you're going to get on a Greyhound bus and come from Buffalo, young Pharaoh, and go up there and end up with Nature Boy, and then y'all fall out because y'all came as a tag team duo, but then you wanted to separate yourself from him because of the stuff he was doing. That nigga in jail too. Shit, Pharaoh finna go back to jail. Let's figure out, let's bang on the topic for real. It's open mic. Let's bang on the topic of discussion about these things that be in these back chats and these debates that's go on. But let's also bang out on how do we make ourselves better in the situation that we in. And I don't mean individually, I mean as a collective, because you might make $100,000 a year, where the next man might only make 36, and the next guy might only make 20. But we know these niggas off some of these, we know 10,000.
All we need to do, go ahead.
Go ahead, King. Go ahead, King.
No, I was going to say, all we need to do, and I've been running around, and I guess in the Israelite community, to me, it's useless even telling these brothers. But all we need to do is, like, say for me, right? I'm in the transportation business. I own trucks.
Okay.
It don't take a brother or a sister to go to school. You know me, I can teach you how to drive a truck. I can have one of my drivers teach you how to drive a truck. We got all this knowledge. We educated, especially amongst our sisters, and we not teaching each other. We should be teaching each other how to do. It shouldn't be no brothers and sisters have to go to school to learn nothing as much as we know. We can teach them that if we so desire to put forth the effort.
So where's the
Everybody ain't
desire,
going.
King?
I understand. No, what I'm saying, everybody ain't going. I understand that. But for the ones who will learn, I don't care how old. You could be 88. I don't care. You're never too old to learn. If you got the desire in you, and it was brothers and sisters that were band together, okay, you might know how to be a butcher. You a master butcher or whatever they call that. You can teach people what you know. You're an accountant. Okay, find the brothers and sisters good with numbers. Teach them the accounting.
That's
We
cold-blooded.
can
That's
we can
cold-blooded,
band
King.
together and do this ourselves. We don't
That's
need
what
the
I'm
man.
saying. That's what I'm saying. The same butcher, the master butcher who can cut the meat up, he's going to sell it. He's going to need an accountant. And guess whose accountant should be? It should be one of us. I don't care. Listen, I'm an Israelite from a whole different breed of what. I'm not a Hebrew Israelite. I'm Yasharala to the bone. And I say that emphatically. If you want to, one thing you can't do, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. If you take me to that goddamn water, I'm not gonna tell you I'm nothing but an Israelite. You might as well put a bullet in my head and I'll figure out what gate I'm going in when I get there. But what you just said is very pointed to this community. We don't shop with each other. The butcher need the accountant. The accountant need the banker. The banker need somebody to move the money. That means we got to hire some people with some guns. Why we just don't do that amongst ourselves? If we'll equip with the nation if we did that. But I'm a small man talking, and no one would listen to me from where I'm at. You in the transportation business, so you know about OTR. I just did an OTR last night. I just got back home today. This stuff, the stuff that. Man, come on, man. Look, when the bridge went down over there, what was that? I'm trying to think. Baltimore, yeah, over there where Shasham them at. When they hit the bridge, it shut Chicago. I'm all the way in Chicago. It shut Chicago straight down.
I heard you say Jewel Osco. I was like, wait a minute. I'm from Chicago. I was like, hold on, Jewel Osco. That's
Save
Chicago.
a lot of the rest of them. Oldies and all of them.
Oldies.
It shut Chicago down because they couldn't move nothing. Now, me personally, and no disrespect to the channel, this everybody has an opinion, just like everybody has a butthole. So this is just my opinion. But I think that was really staged to shut down commerce for a minute, because none of that move. So in Chicago, in and of itself, since none of that cargo was able to move from Baltimore, it's just like we got Jewels and Oscos here. They got the Save-A-Lot here. Save-A-Lot shut every store down because they couldn't get no product. They back up now, but guess what? It's our dollar that make it happen. Let's get on that. Let's not. I don't want to get off the fact that it's a lot of BS going on in the circles that we run in, because I'm sure you just don't come to the Lions Den. I'm pretty sure everybody back here don't listen. I know Mally before Mally knew who I was, straight up and down, you know. But we gotta start looking at the cycle of way things move, and it's us that make it move. No one wants to listen to me because I'm a little guy. Once again, I'm really just here to listen and learn. The only reason I put my opinion in because the polite thing came up. But some of this other stuff got to be discussed as well. And I see you well aware of what you're doing and what you're talking about. Now, how do we implement that to just like people subscribe to the Lions Den? How do we implement that to people subscribe to, I don't know, like our own banks, like the Black Wall Street? How do we prescribe? How do we get those same subscribers that come over here, or who's ever liking the video, or who's subscribed to the channel? How do we get all of them to come and let's fuck with each other. Let's do this.
Language, brother. Language.
Oh, my fault.
Yeah, I want to say this because a lot of brothers have came on here, did presentations, talked about business, talked about insurance, talked about a lot of stuff. And I find it funny because everybody, including you, have the opportunity to bring these discussions on your own time. You know what I mean? Like, if that's something that you want to bring to the table, why not say, hey, you didn't let these brothers did this. I know this is what the platform is all about. It's not just about debating. So I don't know why people always say that when people actually have came on this platform, did more than that. Like, I mean, so I'm not understanding why it's hard for you to bring that as a topic to teach people. You can do a lesson on that. Brother did a lesson on mechanics. Hold on, let me finish.
I'll let you get you.
The brother did a lesson on auto body and mechanics. It's anything. This platform is made for anybody to come on and do whatever they need to bring out. You have seen that. You have seen the work that I put in to get people on here to talk to the community about business and different things like that, health insurance, and all kinds of stuff. So I'm not understanding why you won't come on here and do a lesson on that.
Well, Karima, go finish.
I'll be saying a lot of people always come on here and say, why are we not talking about this when we talked about a lot of things? You can talk about it as you will, but I noticed that every time you come on here, you always talk about why we don't talk about this. But I'm saying you have the opportunity to come on here and talk about and do a lesson and teach people as much as anybody else. If you have brothers or information you want to bring to the table, come on here and do that.
So you giving me the opportunity to come on here and do an economical standpoint?
You had the opportunity. We talked on the phone.
I know. I'm saying I've never wanted to get on the.
Okay. But you know what's going on over here.
But let me just say this. Okay.
Do presentations and talk about business and what's best for the community.
Then I'll call you personally, and then we can set up a date, and maybe I could bring a few people. I can bring a few people that might be willing to talk about this, and maybe we can expound on it and stretch it out, because everybody. It's just like with my friend over there in DC, the Wild. When they jumped out there with the Sheba coin, he was pushing everybody, get the Sheba coin. Me, I was stupid. I put my little $100 in, and then the next day it told me that the coin was $276. I said, man, this is a scam. So I went straight to
see us did a lesson on that. You see us did a lesson on that.
Right. I really did it. But I did something that was stupid. The next day I said, man, this fake, man. I went right there on 79 Cottage Grove. You know where it's at, right across the street from Happy's, and went to the Curse Exchange. I took that 278 out, 276, as a matter of fact. Next thing I know, the next week, the coin was $10,000. We don't know what we be doing sometimes. Sometimes it's just Louis, Gucci, and whatever's promoted on TV. So if you give me the opportunity to do this, I'll line up some cats, some financial dudes.
Didn't have the opportunity. Anybody else had the opportunity. I always say that. But you was on the platform when we had that discussion talking about getting invested into different coins and things like that.
Yes, ma'am, I was.
The Quan, we always on that panel.
Yeah, the Quan then was the one that made all that money.
Yes, and we talked about that. So yeah, we always have conversations dealing with
because that's one of the people I like to bring with me is Daquan. That's one of the people I like to bring with me because he's economically sound. What I mean by that is that like he know how to see. I'm like I keep saying, I'm just a regular cat. I ask questions because I'm listening to learn. But there's a lot of more things that I can listen to, and there's a lot of more things that I can learn from. Just like I learn from y'all all the time.
You can bring to the table too at the same time. You feel
I'm gonna bring my fork and my knife, and I'm gonna eat whatever you cooking. But that's cool too.
Allow me to be honest.
I'll set up the table.
I'll be there.
The potatoes and the whatever it is, the greens.
Allow me to be honest. The name The Lions Den. Now, and this is anybody correct me, because this is my confusion and why I was like kind of, hesitant, staying away, tuning in here and there, but not really, because I don't know what's going on. People, maybe somebody can help me with the JJ cat. So
Come on, man. Let's not go there. Let's not go there.
No. I'm not trying to bring nothing crazy up. That's why I kind of, I tune in, but I wouldn't really get down because I don't know. Is it the same? Is it not the same? I don't
deal with people that he tried to deal with and then he tried to flip flop. I don't do that.
Okay.
The same people you talking about, you feel me, went off the mic,
right?
And the rest of them. I don't deal with them people. I don't care. I don't kiss nobody but go back.
JJ watching right now. You know he watching right now, Karima.
I don't care who's watching.
No.
So at the end of the day, this is where I'm at with. This is the reason why I don't deal with him and I don't deal with the people that he deal with. We fell out because I don't deal with Shanetta. I'm not dealing with anybody that fall out with and try to dish me, talk crazy to me, and they expect me to be okay with they having a kumbaya party without me, and I'm supposed to just forget about everything else. And no, I don't deal with these people.
No, you're just supposed to be the tech, Karima. You're just supposed to be the tech woman. That's just like when everybody.
I'm more than a tech woman.
No, that's the claim.
I'm very much more than a tech woman. Don't let that man tell you anything. Don't let that man.
I'm not going with that, Karima. I'm not going with that. That's just like the bullshit that happened when everybody came to my house. Right. When Prince Asiel died, it was who everyone was at my house. It was Quinat.
Hold on, because you're talking a lot. You feel me? I'm just trying to clear it up fire with him. You doing all this other stuff, side talking, and it's kind of confusing. Like I said, you feel me? I don't mess with him based on the fact that I don't deal with Shanetta. I don't deal with Nepal. I don't deal with Judah Naz. I don't deal with none of them people. And I said I wasn't going to deal with none of them people.
There's enough said.
I thought he understood that. He didn't understand that. They thought because they can't call me and said, let's be bygones, that I was still going. No, I'm not cool with these people. I don't deal with these people. I don't associate with these people. I have did a lot for this platform. This brother have tore the platform down in the name of trying to go after this other brother, Shanetta, and his brother Shanetta has taken the platform based on us playing things on him. I don't have time for all this goofy stuff. You understand? So I'm done with that.
Enough said, sister.
Well, all right. Well, all right. Okay, so now, as we proceed, I want to continue to get back on the issue that we're talking about. It's an open platform, so now we got a business discussion that's going to be coming up pretty soon, courtesy and being led by Shaka. Okay, so now we have the video up. I want to continue on, and we're going to be talking about when we come back from this particular broadcast. I see someone has joined. I think Captain Yeshaya Dar is in the building, if I'm not mistaken. We're going to come back. We're talking about Jay-Z. We're going to be talking about Al Sharpton on this next leg as well, because he's in the news too. Take it away, Karima. Fair use, y'all. Fair use.
Yeah, you make sure you come. You see me on Facebook, so you don't have to go through nobody or nothing. You see me in the back chat. You see, what I'm doing, so you already know.
And this is the same year that Beyonce announced she was pregnant. The streets are saying that was just a distraction.
And don't nobody get no about Beyonce. She's doing far worse things than bleaching her skin. I promise you that. That is getting divorced because she don't want to be called as a material witness or be named as an accomplice, but it looked like it's too late.
Y'all, it looks like the whole entertainment industry is going down in flames. And I say it can't come soon enough. So after Diddy, it looks like now it's his bestie Jay-Z's turn to get exposed. And the internet is now coming for him over the mysterious death of his alleged mistress, Kathy White. So if you're old enough to have been on the internet in the early 2000s, then you might remember chatter about Jay-Z stepping out on Beyonce and getting another woman pregnant. What? Fast forward a few years, and news broke that Jay's alleged mistress died suddenly. And get this, just days before the poor woman died, Beyonce announced her surprise pregnancy. And the headlines about Kathy's death quickly got pushed to the side and forgotten. And for what seemed like an eternity, anyone trying to dig up information on this particular topic would hit a dead end. And for some reason, the internet stayed completely silent on Kathy White and her suspicious death for years. But Cat Williams told y'all what will happen in 2024.
Period. All of these big deviants is all catching hell in 2024. It's up for all of them. It don't matter if you Diddy or whoever you is, TG Jakes, any of them. All lies will be exposed. That's all.
So lo and behold, the silence on Kathy White was broken when journalist Liz Crokin decided to drop a bombshell on X earlier this month, claiming she had a conversation with Kathy shortly before her untimely death and warning Jay-Z that his karma may be just around the corner. But that's not all. Liz also gave credit to Kanye for exposing Jay-Z years ago. And in the meantime, internet sleuths have dug up old blog posts with eyewitness accounts describing alleged encounters between Kathy White, Jay-Z, and none other than Diddy. So what's the lowdown on Kathy White and her alleged involvement with Jay-Z? Did Kanye really try to warn that Jay-Z is capable of making people poof, disappear? Let's break it down.
Y'all know how they say Beyonce wasn't really pregnant. She used a surrogate. I believe that too. And this is the reason why. You know what I'm saying? They said this came out. It was a whole big deal. But that's why they silenced her.
Okay, y'all, let me give you some background first in case you're not familiar with the story of the woman who allegedly got between Jay-Z and Beyonce and paid the ultimate price, allegedly. So back in the early days of September 2011, a handful of small news outlets and celebrity blogs reported about the passing of a young woman named Kathy Coriana Corey White. And some of these sources tagged her as Jay-Z's alleged mistress. Now here's the kicker. Just days before Kathy died, Beyonce announced she was expecting her first child. So while the mainstream media was busy gushing over Beyonce's pregnancy bombshell, the news of Kathy's death slipped through the cracks. In the meantime, it seems like someone went on a scrubbing spree, erasing all traces of Kathy from their online archives. But if you're willing to roll up your virtual sleeves like I did, you can still uncover some of the original articles about Kathy's death. So I found this article posted on the Hot 107 website titled Jay-Z's Alleged Mistress Dies at 28. It says, fitness and beauty expert Kathy Coriana White was found dead in her Manhattan apartment on September 2nd. White, a Howard University graduate and a contributor to various online publications, was the CEO of her own public relations firm, White Label PR. The reported cause of death was an aneurysm. The article also mentions how Kathy battled the blogs throughout 2010 after gossip blogger Hollywood Street King exposed her alleged affair with Jay-Z. The article further states that the rumors about Kathy and Jay-Z were sparked after she and model Claudia Jordan were allegedly spotted at Las Vegas Tao nightclub sitting at a table with Jay-Z and Puffy, aka Diddy. So next I went and looked up Kathy White on Hollywood Street King, their website, and turns out that there are still 3 blog posts from 2010 that spill the tea on Jay-Z's rumored entanglement with Kathy. The first 2 posts are dated August 31st, 2010, and the first one claims that Jay-Z's involvement with Kathy started before he tied the knot with Beyonce in April 2010. The article also mentioned that Kathy is a friend of, as they put it, known homewrecker Claudia Jordan. For those not in the know, Claudia is rumored to have stirred up some romantic trouble with actor Michael J. while he was still very much married to his doctor wife, Courtney Chapman. Anyway, according to the Hollywood Street King, the scoop about Jay-Z and Kathy's supposed affair initially landed in their lap through sources close to Kathy's buddy, Jason Lee. Now, when I saw Jason Lee's name pop up, it made me think of that stunt he pulled last year when he tried to blackmail Beyonce, claiming he's going to drop some major tea about her unless she helped him get Kelly Rowland to sit down for an interview. So does this mean Jason knows the real truth about Kathy White?
Can you imagine had I put that on Hollywood? Like, oh, there's one more thing. Beat this, Johnny.
Let me show you how to block this ad. First, you're gonna click on this video, then you're gonna download Pi. It's an ad blocker that's Still here? Let me explain. It's a free Chrome extension that's actually made by one of the founders of Honey, and it basically blocks ads for you. Like, imagine watching YouTube and Twitch Woo!
So that in itself, I think Beyonce could have gave me a, you know what I mean? Like there should be a little love there. Now,
maybe she doesn't know.
Beyonce doesn't know.
Yeah, I don't think Beyonce. And they're not going to share that with
Yvette
her.
knows. I got the receipts. I still have the receipts.
So, according to their sources, Kathy, who apparently went by the nickname Corey, and Claudia made a splash in September 2009 at Tao nightclub in Las Vegas when they were spotted at a table with none other than Jay-Z and Diddy. Allegedly, they were in Vegas for the showdown between Floyd Mayweather and Juan Miguel Marquez, adding a touch of glitz to the night. And here's the kicker. Beyonce was nowhere in sight, but that's not all. Hollywood Street King later cranked up the rumor mill with another blog post and claimed that after they first reported on Kathy and Jay-Z, Kathy quickly deleted her Twitter and Facebook accounts. Now let's jump ahead to September 2010, and Hollywood Street King published another post on the Kathy White saga, claiming that Jay-Z had a master plan to keep things under wraps, and allegedly he asked Kathy to bring a few friends along for the ride that evening, just to throw off any suspicions that they were a couple. According to Hollywood Street King, Jay also took Kathy on a little gambling excursion at the Bellagio Casino, and he allegedly insisted that Corey's friends circle them while they hit the tables. But wait a second, where was Queen Bee when Jay-Z was allegedly painting the town red with Kathy in Vegas? Well, conveniently, Beyonce was off on her I Am World Tour, and in September 2009, she had a series of concerts in Australia. Now here's where it gets really messy. When Hollywood Street King first dropped the bomb about Jay-Z's alleged fling with Kathy, most people dismissed it as just another piece of celeb gossip, and the whole story quickly went under the radar. But fast forward to September 2nd, 2011, and news broke that Kathy was found dead and deceased in her apartment at age 28. And here's where it gets even more tangled. By the time Kathy's unfortunate passing made headlines, Beyonce was already pregnant with Blue Ivy. In fact, she announced her pregnancy at the VMAs on August 28th, 2011, 5 days before Kathy died. Well, the timeline is interesting for sure, especially when you factor in those rumors about Beyonce using a surrogate and faking her pregnancy. Not only that, but some folks even speculated that Jay got Kathy pregnant and that Beyonce's sudden pregnancy announcement was a major distraction. What's also creepy to me is that Kathy died on September 2nd and Beyonce's birthday is September 4th. But hey, it's all probably one big coincidence, right? Well, not according to journalist Liz Cronking, who just dropped a bombshell on X, alluding to Jay-Z being involved in Kathy's death. Now, Liz has been at this for a while. Back in July 2017, she posted this. When Kanye West says Jay-Z has murdered, I believe he's talking about the people who killed Kathy White. So Liz was here referring to Ye's famous speech against Jay-Z and Beyonce back in 2016 when he claimed Beyonce was blackmailing award shows and hinted that Jay-Z is capable of taking people out if they go against him. Well, last week, Liz decided to remind people about her old tweet. And this time she added this message. Note the date. Hey, Jay-Z, I was the reporter who talked to your alleged mistress right before she died / was murdered. I know everything. I know what you did. Go F yourself. Your time is coming. Maybe you and Diddy can share a prison cell together. Justice is coming. But Liz didn't stop there. She also listed Jay-Z's alleged crimes, which, according to her, include the following. Jay-Z stabbed record producer Lance Rivera in 1999. His nightclub 4040 was reported to have bounced checks. Jay-Z admits he was a former dealer. Jay-Z admitted he shot his brother when he was 12 years old. He reportedly punched a young female fan backstage at a concert in 1999. In 2001, he was arrested for illegal possession. And then there's Kathy White. Now, you already know the Beehive is now coming after Liz, calling her a conspiracy theorist and throwing her name through the mud. But there are also a lot of people who are supporting Liz and saying they wouldn't put anything past Jay-Z at this point. Knowing everything we know about Jay, including his close relationship with Diddy and how quickly he threw Kanye under the bus, there are a bunch of folks out there saying Jay might be just as shady or even worse than Brother Love. Someone said, Diddy is bad, very bad, but wait until Jay-Z gets exposed. He's worse. And another fan added, makes me think about when Jay and Kanye stopped talking and how everyone looked at Ye like he was crazy. Whole time. But what's your take on this Kathy White story? Do you think Liz and Kanye were trying to warn us that Jay-Z might have had a hand in taking out his alleged mistress? Share your thoughts in the comments down below. And then check out this next video.
And we're back. As you can see, the Lion's Den, the conversation continues. Somebody knows something, and we always bring it out. Hard hitting. And now, I'm going to comment on the video, but joining us now, we have the captain on deck, Brother Yeshai Dodd, JT Raw. What's in your mind, brother?
Really nothing, man. I just want to listen, man. That's about it.
Well, all right. We're going hot and heavy and everything else in the paint. Now, brothers and sisters, I sit up here, and we sit up here as liberated moderators. And as you can see, we're going deep on this one here. Now, this case, some of y'all may not remember this issue, this incident involving young Kathy White, but she's dead and gone now, okay? And, you know, it's kind of odd that she went out when she was around that time when she got pregnant, and then here it is, Beyonce got pregnant right afterwards. You know, Beyonce was singing about this Becky and with the good hair, and you know, Miss White was a very good-looking woman. But clearly, you know, I'm not here to say he did it or he didn't do it. But she somehow conveniently came down with a severe case of death. Right after the fact, more and more light was being shed on her company, keeping company with Jay-Z. And we heard early on, Unseen Soldier, breaking down the whole issue with former 106 and Park host Free and her connection with Jay-Z. And the fact that the commentator on this video did say, and I do recall Kanye West saying, yo, you know, excuse me, Jay, when he was apologizing to Jay-Z and Beyonce and whoever else, don't execute me, don't get me killed. I remember him saying something like that in a rant, you know? And people don't just say things for the sake of saying it. So obviously, there must be, for Jay-Z now to be getting hit the way he's getting hit, you know, hey, look, in the immortal words of Tony Montana, every dog has his day, Chico. Every dog has his day. And this is what we're looking at now. Every dog who dipped their blood, their hands, their paws into the blood pool are now being stepped to. Nobody's exempt. When the wrath, as the Lord said, Isaiah 41:21, I have long time held my peace, but now my wrath is now going to go forth like a woman in travail, like a roaring lion. He coming. And this is what all we're doing is talking about it because it need to be talked about. Now, next up, who's in the news? My man, your man. He everybody man. Okay? The Reverend Al Sharptongue. And apparently, a Christian organization is very mad at Reverend Sharptongue. Why? Forgive me for the cutoff, but yeah. Why? Because now a story has been out that allegedly Vice President and former presidential candidate Kamala Harris gave him $500,000. Now she's not who I'm looking at. Okay, we're focusing on Reverend Shark Tongue, and now I'm gonna call it fake outrage. I'm gonna welcome anybody who has a counterpoint with this Christian organization who are now calling for MSNBC to suspend Reverend Al Sharpton. And then again, I don't even want to call him no reverend because he far from reverend as far as I'm concerned. Oh, Al Sharpton, the grifter, former FBI informant, a fancy way of saying snitch. Okay, and like I said, all around grifter. Anybody who know this dude, he's always been a grifter. Come on, man. So what are they really? I'm questioning what they're really mad at. So let's say Kamala Harris did give him $500,000, and he gave us softball interview questions. I mean, that to the side. What are they really mad about? What is all this fake outrage? Because again, we all know who Al Sharpton is. We know who he is. He's always been a self-serving, jet plane flying, limousine, at one time, jumpsuit wearing hustler. Okay, we all know that. I want to know on that Christian organization and board, who on that board did not Al Sharpton give any money to? Who mad because he didn't break him off some of that 10% of that $500,000? Because see, you guys are so fake. I'm gonna call y'all out. I'm calling all y'all out. It's funny how y'all always want to now get this fake outrage with a certain member of your board or of your ministry. When here the black church has been failing us miserably, getting money underhanded, hand over fist. But now you're so angry. You're so full of indignation because Al Sharpton was given a $500,000, allegedly $500,000 by Vice President Kamala Harris. Are you serious right now? We all know we all know this dude, man. Him and his non-action network. So what are you really mad about? Where were y'all at about a decade or so ago when you had the now deceased Bishop Eddie Long? When he was out here gallivanting with little boys, young teenage boys and everything, where were y'all at the time? You Black Christian Foundation, where were you at then? Where have you been at when here it is on a weekly basis, is according to many estimates, the Black church collects over $33 million a week, according to certain estimates. But yet, none of that money is being put back in the black community. Where's your outrage on speaking on that? On how you got Citibank, Citigroup, Bank of America, Chase, and all these other major league, big-time corporate banks who have their tentacles and their claws all in that black church money. Where's your outrage been on that? How the black church has been deliberately not putting money in businesses within the black community to get us up out this wretched financial condition that we're in. See, your outrage, I'm calling BS on it. Straight garbage-ogio. And I see a video is up. So we're going to take a time out. And 7th Anson, drop it, okay? Fair use, y'all. Fair use.
Yeah, this what Unseen was talking about, Operation Paperclip, how the government and all of them involved.
Okay.
Remember I saw this video?
Okay, go ahead.
The movie business, and I've been disillusioned a few times. It feels very much like there's an agenda in every movie, I realized that it was more of a machine, and it was more of they just needed content to put out there for the masses. I stopped really watching TV. I stopped really watching movies. And one of the reasons why I stopped watching movies is I got into my research and what's going on in the world right now, and all the corruptness and all of the plot twists of reality. And I started realizing that reality is 20 times more interesting than Hollywood. I mean, I was a Hollywood buff. I loved all of those movies, but now they're meaningless because I know what's going on right now actually has purpose and has a meaning, and there are consequences. And once this story is told on what's happening in the world right now, and all of the powers that be battling each other, it will be the greatest story ever told. Like, for instance, I saw something on History Channel talking about how the CIA helped Disney buy all the swampland in Florida. Well, why on earth would they do that?
His lawyers in charge of purchasing the parcels had served in military intelligence during World War II and knew how to keep a secret. And they used several different companies, none with Disney's name, to acquire the properties.
Now I go down this rabbit hole of what does the CIA have to do with Hollywood, or at least with Disney? Washington, D.C. is definitely in Hollywood. I have seen documents of the DOD and the CIA writing to the studio heads, guiding them in certain fashion. There's a lot of things that people would talk about that are conspiracy theory, but there's some things that ring true with me. It's like, oh, wow, that makes a lot of sense.
Another program developed by the CIA after World War II was called Operation Paperclip. It's been depicted in many movies, including Disney's Marvel series.
Operation Paperclip after World War II. SHIELD recruited German scientists with strategic value.
I could help their cause.
Operation Paperclip, and this is something people need to know because it has been so covered up and mocked and berated and claimed to be a conspiracy theory. And by the way, the term labeling people as conspiracy theorists was invented by the CIA to deflect any attention over the JFK assassination. They invented that word as a way to shut down any scrutiny or this critical investigation of what they were doing. So they started that whole ball rolling. In terms of Operation Paperclip, it is documented. There's absolutely no question about it. Alan Dulles, CIA director, was associate of Heinrich Himmler of the Third Reich. So what Dulles proceeded to do when the Third Reich was brought down was he secretly brought all of the top Nazi scientists into the U.S. He falsified their files that he gave to Harry Truman, making them look like there were no war crimes. They brought these Nazi scientists into the CIA to work for the CIA, and that includes the human experiments they conducted on Jewish men, women, and children, and the psychological studies that these Nazi scientists had done. The CIA was using their expertise for these programs through Operation Paperclip, and this was Nazi, much of it occult beliefs that the CIA adopted and actually put these people on their payroll.
One of the programs that came out of Operation Paperclip was MKUltra. Now, MKUltra was a very complex program that dealt with human experiments and mind manipulation.
As this 1952 CIA memo says, the aim is controlling an individual to the point where he will do our bidding against his will, and even against such fundamental laws of nature as self-preservation.
In the Church Committee, MKUltra came out as an actual program of mind control using mental, physical, and sexual abuse and psychotropic drugs.
Lysergic acid diethylamide, LSD.
It was one of the first times that anybody had run into a powerful drug that was different than anything else that they knew anything about.
A decision was made at the highest levels of the CIA to do testing on unwitting Americans.
At Ravenscraig, Dr. Cameron went further with drugs and electric shock treatments than any researchers in the MKUltra project dared. His aim was to wipe the mind clean. Then he would implant new messages by forcing the patient to listen to a hypnotic repetition as many as 250,000 times. This was called psychic driving.
He would give the patient intensive electric treatment. He would attempt to implant new ideas in the mind of the patient.
Now, to a layman, it would appear that Dr. Cameron was trying to take the slate and wipe it clean, the slate being the mind. In other words, brainwashing.
Exactly, that's a very good comparison.
Brainwashing.
Yes, to that.
No. Oh, good heavens.
You're doing fine. Just try to describe it.
Oh, you don't know. You want to give yourself. You want to give yourself surgery.
How do you feel inside? Inside. I'm really inside.
Nobody explained it to me. Nobody ever asked me if I was willing to do it or anything.
They put me on sleep treatment. And they kept you asleep for 23 days. And while I was asleep, they were shocking the heck out of me with electric shocks and playing tapes.
Why are you initiating responsibility?
It was really like a concentration camp.
Why don't feel that? You want to look this way? You look that way. Nothing for you to watch here, but you're going to talk to me as we go along.
They couldn't go any further because CI Director Richard Helms destroyed all the CI's MK Ultra documents, and they had to rely on coached witnesses. So they were never able to dig even deeper. What they got was bad enough. It was never terminated. There's no evidence that it was ever terminated. No documents, no nothing, and not even an admission by the CIA that it's been terminated.
How do you feel?
I'm feeling better, thank you.
Feeling better? Are you sleeping well?
Yes, I'm feeling better now.
We could disable a whole city by putting a very small amount on a water supply. After all of these years of us, those of us who are involved in looking for this secret drug, this was the only thing that began to look for the first time like it might be something like that.
So MK Ultra was one of the hardest programs for me to wrap my head around because it's a lot of subset programs. And I was really surprised that Brad Martin knew about MK Ultra.
People think that research people are crazy for talking about MK Ultra, mind control. Even if they acknowledge that existed, they go, oh, well, that ended in the 70s. That's a crock of shit.
And perhaps the world's only hope of stopping a sinister.
I think that what you're watching is fiction because it's in a comedy.
It's like a mass MK Ultra now. Their purpose is to capture the minds of the people and feed them false history. The CIA is funneling information into Hollywood. Hollywood is putting out in the movies, and the population believes it.
All right, so look, here's the deal. They have been desensitizing us since we were born. And I'll give you some examples. Let's start with the big one. Let's start with words we hear all the time and never even think about. Let's start with the word entertainment. To entertain. What does that mean? To bind or hold. To bind or hold what? An audience's attention. Okay, now let's take the word Hollywood. Where does that come from? Well, Hollywood comes from the holly tree. And the ancient Druids back in the day used to take the holly tree, make wands to weave spells, cast spells, or channel spells. And when they needed help, they would consult the magi's or the mediums of the day to help channel their spells to the population. We'll cut to today. What do we have in our houses? We have these black boxes. What are they called? TVs. But if you stop and you say the word television, and when you turn on that television, what do you get? What's the first thing that pops up? A list of channels. And when you turn on those channels, what's on those channels? Programming. They are programming you. They've been programming your whole life. You don't even know it. They do it with your music. They do it with your TV. They do it with your movies. They do it with your games. They have been programming us and programming you since you were little, and you don't even know it because you don't even question it.
And we're back. And as you can see, we don't just talk about it, we be about it. We show you. And of course, you would come back when I got a mouthful of apple. Yo, you tried to hold it down for a second, man. Say a little something to the people out there. Okay, y'all, I'm back. Now I'm ready. Anyway, yo, 1968, you had mentioned it, but and then Unknown, Unseen Soldier said it earlier. And the seventh dancer, well, her industrious self goes and finds it. My God, yo, we are one heck of a team. And this is why we urge you all to go and check things out for yourself, study, and be thankful that you have mediums like this that dare to come into any social platform and drop this free of charge, because they need to be shown, need to be talked about. And we're showing you the value of an education, how to implement and use your knowledge, use what you've been given and instructed. We're showing you that we can talk about any and everything on a spiritual, intellectual, emotional, social, political, economic, and military standpoint. We can talk about any and everything, because again, the premise of the conversation continues here in the Lion's Den is somebody knows something. And it's all about sharing your gift with the world. We're the light of the world. And therefore, as a light, we have to shine and we have to lead people to the right way. So this MK Ultra, this Operation Paperclip, now you understand why. From the time that we're newborn to 10 years of age, there's a set of programming, these shows that set about giving us instruction from the time of our being newborn, going into our 10 years of age. Then from the time we're 10 years old to 20 years old, the teenage years, we have another cycle of education that we're given and to groom us into either being a sheep or a shepherd, depending on if you can break the cycle. And then from the time you're 20 years old to the day you die, there's a whole group of programming to shape our minds to either be a sheep or a shepherd. We've chosen to be shepherds, and we've broken that chain by the Lord's grace. And we think outside the box, the television, or tell a live vision. So now, back on what I was saying before this beautiful video was put forth. We're talking about Al Sharpton. Yo. So to all you black Christian organizations out there, you so full of garbage-o. Because like I said, you ain't talking about the fact that here it is, the black church collectively, yearly, at last count, it was 10 billion. Now you're up to 15, 20 billion dollars y'all collect. And yet, you don't talk about none of these big time major league corporations and banks who have their hands all in our money. Meanwhile, we don't own businesses. We are disenfranchised, unemployable. Yo, come on, man. So this selective outrage, you want to tell MSNBC to let go one of their major league grifters in Al Sharpton? You want to just, I'm not for him, but I'm going to call a spade here. Who's the bigger crook? The man who got $500,000 or the people who getting $500 trillion of our freaking damn money, of black money? Come on, man. Really? And I see you got another video up, Karima? Or is that something, or
video dealing with how they be blackmailing, and this is what I mean by how they doing the celebrities. They
you know
knew what they was doing.
Run it, please, by all means.
They get all of their evidence and then get them in compromised positions, but it's back.
Okay, run it then.
The Gulf of Tonkin is another prime example. The commander of the Gulf Fleet in the Gulf of Tonkin, his son was Jim Morrison. They claimed the USS Maddox was attacked by Vietnamese vessels. It was never attacked. As a matter of fact, they put ghost ships on the radar to make it look like they were Vietnamese ships. The Maddox was never attacked. It was an actual, literal false flag to enable the U.S. to declare war on Vietnam. So Jim Morrison's dad was involved in the false flag of the Gulf of Tonkin.
After talking to Kevin, I started looking into Laurel Canyon. I drove down Laurel Canyon to Hollywood almost daily when I first moved out there. And I never knew that there was an old Air Force base called Lookout Mountain U.S. Air Force Base at the top of Laurel Canyon. And what's funny is, if you do the history of it, it's owned today by a guy named Jared Leto.
Another tactic developed out of the MK Ultra project was the use of compromise and control via honeypots.
The decision was made to do testing on unwitting victims. It was decided they should be on the fringes of society because they were most vulnerable.
We did quite a study of prostitutes and their behavior. How do you take a woman who is willing to use her body to get money out of a guy to get him to talk about things which are much more important, like state secrets? We learned a lot about human nature in the bedroom. We started to pick up knowledge that could be used in operations.
There would be victims in all of this. As one agency memo says, we have no answer to the moral question.
That's one of the CIA's favorite tactic, are honeypots. And I work with CIA psychologists, and they're dirty.
I always felt that every house should have its own secret panel.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I see. You lift this up.
Mm-hmm. This is a trap door. Opens up and looks into the cave, or what time is called the Wu Grotto.
Boy.
They're running blackmail operations where they're getting very well-known government and private industry elite people in compromising positions at the Playboy Mansion, on Epstein's plane, on Orgy Island, and they're photographing them. And after that, it's like Congressman so-and-so or CEO so-and-so. I wouldn't bring that up if I was you, because we got photographs of you with a 14-year-old girl on Epstein's plane, for example. And you talk about shutting somebody up permanently. That's how they do it.
What happens in the grotto stays in the grotto.
Okay.
Look, it's pretty simple if you think about it. To control the population, you have to control the people messaging the population. Some of these stars have 20, 30 million followers. That's more followers than CNN, Fox, ABC, NBC. These people have to be controlled. They can't just go off message and start saying whatever they want to say. They have to be somewhat reined in. They have to be controlled, or they do not get the platform to have the voice that they have.
Forget the politicians. The politicians are put there to give you the idea that you have freedom of choice. You don't. You have no choice. You have owners. They own you. They own everything. They own all the important land. They own and control the corporations. They've long since bought and paid for the Senate, the Congress, the state houses, the city halls. They got the judges in their back pockets, and they own all the big media companies, so they control just about all of the news and information you get to hear. They got you by the balls. It's a big club, and you ain't in it. You and I are not in the big club. By the way, it's the same big club they use to beat you over the head with all day long, where they tell you what to believe all day long, beating you over the head in their media, telling you what to believe, what to think, and what to buy. The table is tilted, folks. The game is rigged, and nobody seems to notice. Nobody seems to care. Good, honest, hardworking people, white collar, blue collar, doesn't matter what color shirt you have on. Good, honest, hardworking people continue. These are people of modest means. Continue to elect these rich cocksuckers who don't give a fuck about them. They don't care about you at all, at all, at all. Yeah, you know? And nobody seems to notice, nobody seems to care. That's what the owners count on, the fact that Americans will probably remain willfully ignorant because the owners of this country know the truth. It's called the American dream because you have to be asleep to believe it.
If you stop for a second and you just look at the bigger picture and you check out for a minute and you kind of compare the ancient times to today, well, back then they had like what, demigods and gods. They were like Achilles, Hercules, Apollo, Mercury, all these were demagogues. And that's who the people in those days looked up to. Well, today we have all these people like Jay-Z, Rihanna, Beyonce, Lady Gaga, Katy Perry. In film, we have Brad Pitt, Will Smith. We have all these big stars. And the way they prop them up and they put them up on stage is like they're gods or demigods.
In this room are some of the most important TV and film executives in the world, people from every background, but they all have one thing in common. They're all terrified of Ronan Farrow. He's coming for you. He's coming for you. Look, talking of all you perverts, it was a big year. It was a big year for paedophile movies. Surviving R. Kelly, Leaving Neverland, Two Popes. Shut up. Shut up. I don't care. I don't care.
Most people don't want to cross the psychological line that this stuff is going on. And we all have a mental defense mechanism. It's like finally admitting there's an elite pedophile ring. I mean, most people just don't want to go there. And the same is here. Psychologically, you lose your safety, your security, and whatever innocence you have when you realize that this stuff is really going on. And it's a chore to cross over that barrier and realize, oh my gosh, this stuff is really happening. And that's why it takes critical thinking. The people have got to look at this stuff critically and see what they're being fed so they can cross that psychological line that they just refuse to see it when it's right in front of them.
When Kevin said there's an elite pedophile ring, well, I'm thinking to myself, this is a hard thing for me to come to terms with. Now, it made me start thinking about conversations and things I'd heard, but I never saw it. It's not out in the open. And to me, I was like, no one could do that. Because, I mean, if I saw someone hurting a kid, I would kill them. I would literally kill them. I would never allow someone to hurt a child in front of me. Things Kevin was saying were things that were hard for me to cross the barrier. I did not want to believe it. I didn't want to go there. But as I went down this journey, I forced myself to go consider, what if this is real? And the only person that was talking about this stuff was a girl named Liz Crokin. And the media had declared her completely out of her mind. But as I started researching some of the things she was reporting on, I was like, there's truth to what she's saying. So I want to talk to her.
I started working in journalism at a very young age. I got my first job working for Fox Chicago at about the age of 17 years old. At the University of Iowa, I studied political science and journalism. One semester, I interned for Bill O'Reilly at Fox News Channel. My last year in college, I interned for the State Department's White House reporter, and that placed me reporting in the White House every single day for a few months. I went on to work for the Chicago Tribune, and my first boss there told me that everything that I should get should be checked over and over and over again and verified to death. That's how I was trained, and that's what a true, honest journalist does. I started covering local politics and local hard news, And then eventually I got my own column for 7 years where I interviewed tons of celebrities and politicians and musicians and worked at Us Weekly. And then at one point I worked at In Touch Weekly magazine. But then in 2015, I felt the need to get back into covering hard news. And in early 2016, I started working for Town Hall. And then eventually I started working for the New York Observer and broke a lot of election-related stories. I worked in media for over 2 decades, and I never had any issues. I was very well respected. I basically was embraced by the mainstream media until I started reporting on Pizzagate. Now, when Pizzagate came out, the media tried to turn Pizzagate into something that wasn't.
Surprises of the presidential campaign was the explosion of fake news on the internet.
28-year-old Edgar Welch was arrested in Washington Sunday afternoon outside Comet Ping Pong, a popular family pizza parlor. D.C. police say Welch fired at least 1 round into the restaurant floor with an AR-15 rifle like this one on his Facebook page. No one was injured.
Someone on Twitter, whose name remains unverified but has several thousand followers, posted that new emails found on Anthony Weiner's computer confirmed that Hillary Clinton was involved in a pedophilia ring. The rumor spread, inspiring some newfound internet sleuths to start digging around in John Podesta's hacked emails, searching for proof and location of the so-called sex ring.
In those emails, they are absolutely littered with code words. And many of these code words are food words, such as pizza.
Somebody said to me, "Hey, Dave, search for pizza in Podesta's emails. And once you go down that rabbit hole, you never really emerge the same person."
It was obvious from the get-go that these words were code words for something else because the context that they were used in did not make sense.
To be clear, not one single email in the Podesta emails discusses child sex trafficking or pedophilia. That is a fact. But there are dozens of what seem to be strangely worded emails dealing with pizza and handkerchiefs. Investigators say that those words in the emails about pizza and the talk of handkerchiefs is code language used by pedophiles.
There is some kind of code language. They're just not talking about pizza, folks. Who phrases that? Who blocks out an hour of time to eat a slice of pizza?
You can get a service for a half an hour, you can get a massage for a half an hour, but you can't get food for a half an hour. It just absolutely makes no sense.
There's other ones like, the realtor found a handkerchief. I think it has a map that seems pizza related. And another one is, Obama spent $65,000 flying in pizza and hot dogs from Chicago. Are we using the same channels?
Pizza is a well-known pedophile code word that actually has been used by law enforcement to arrest online sexual predators of children. And there's been multiple arrests that have been made by law enforcement of pedophiles trying to solicit children by using the pedophile code word pizza.
2007, unclassified FBI document. That document, according to the FBI, contains commonly used symbols by pedophiles to express their preference in children. Notice this one on the end, the triangle. That image signifies something called boy love. The pizza place next door to Comet Ping Pong Pizza, Besta Pizza, well, this was their logo until only a few weeks ago.
People don't know that because the mainstream media refuses to cover it.
The entire mainstream media redefined what Pizzagate was to make it sound ridiculous and less believable. And then they had people like Megyn Kelly come in, interview James Alefantis, didn't ask him any challenging questions.
A conspiracy theory that even the DC police say has no basis in fact.
She didn't ask him any questions about the pictures of children on his Instagram page looking abused, being sexualized. She didn't ask him about the pedophile.
And then you look into the spirit cooking dinners, and you look into Marina Abramovic, who's the one that was conducting the spirit cooking dinners. Why are they going to spirit cooking dinners? Why are they sacrificing chickens to Moloch in their backyard. This isn't my words. This is their words. This is in their emails.
I'd be willing to debate anyone who thinks that Pizzagate has been debunked.
You asked me when how am I getting additional briefings? That was the first and last time I talked.
So October 9th is the last time you've heard from the FBI at all.
Yes.
You have not got an update on the investigation or your personal email.
That is correct.
So not only did the mainstream media lie to you about Pizzagate, and they actually
Okay, you know what? That video just sums up why every black celebrity and politician are all caught up in what they're caught up in. This explains, I was going in on Al Sharpton, but hey, the grifter, now you see why many of them are compromised. The video showed the late great comedian who was very dead ass serious, George Carlin, okay, going in and breaking down America for what it really is. And man, oh man, oh man, wow, indigenous black man, you've been saying this for the longest. Well, here it is. Yeah, we done broke it. We cracked the case, brother. We like Richard Pryor's Sharp Eye Washington. Steady on the case. All right. Yo. Seventh answer, you all, like I said, you never cease to amaze me. That video, now you see why Jay-Z, you see why Sean, you see where they learned it from. The Puffies, Jay-Z, and all these other black celebrities and everybody else. Did you see? Yo, did I peep when dude talked about a certain piece of land and some owned by Jared Leto? So the Joker, one of the many faces of the Joker, Jared Leto. So the Joker's no joke, huh? Man, damn. And then the whole issue mentioning Barack Obama, yo, like I said, this conversation has been high powered. And this video brings it home. Now, okay, I do believe that 4 hours coming up, about 5, this has been a marathon. All right. I think you've been given more than enough out there in Lions Den land. Fathers love your daughters, daughters love your fathers, and mothers love your, mother. We all know mama love their daughters and sons and protect them at all costs. We see how this Hollywood machine has eaten up a great many of our children. Look at some of the former child stars that we see who are out of their beautiful minds now. The Orlando Brown, Britney Spears, Lindsay Lohan, Amanda Bynes, Raven Simone, and all their parents. As the brother Unseen Soldier broke down earlier on in that whole issue with R. Kelly, it never escaped my attention that the parents of these girls, father, mother, were driving their children to these people, giving them over to them. But there's nothing new under the sun. Go back and check out what the Israelites of old, the Hellenists, the Sadducees and Pharisees, when they made deals with the ruling powers of that time. This has been happening but far too long. But now everything is just coming out the closet. No pun intended. So this is a spiritual war that we're in. And all y'all tuning in, don't just do you know why I come here and we come here so committed? Because we know there's a spiritual war going on. And like Christ did say, the harvest is plentiful, but the laborers are few. See, look, we could be out here right now with the talent that we have, what Karima has, I have. I could have been out here in that machine, but see, I fear the Lord. I want my immortal soul, like with everyone else, to be okay. And for all you non-Bible believers, even you now, the reason that you're tuning in here, because see, unlike other people out here who use the Bible for their own personal gain, you reckon like a child. When children recognize when someone loves them sincerely, based upon how that person make them feel. And when you come here, you know, and you feel the sincerity, you feel the dedication, because here it is. This is $1 trillion operation without having $1 trillion behind it. Because the information we're bringing, the dedication that we bring is priceless. We can't be bought, and more importantly, we won't be sold. SOULED. That's how much we won't be sold out ever. As long as we walk the walk and the talk that the Lord assigned us to do. And this is why we have to be very attentive. Like the dude said in the video, we have been getting programmed since we were children. But I brought that out. No, I keep saying we bought that. What the we. You get the we in there. We bought this out a couple episodes back. When we brought on Darth Perry, the video with Black informant Darth Perry. This video here confirmed what he was saying. They study us and then they break it down to a science. Mm-hmm. It takes me back to when I was a child. Now I see why the late Fred Rogers, who used to preside over a show titled Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. Now I play it back. He used to always close saying, and remember, children, don't never let anyone tell you different. That a boy is a boy and a girl's a girl. And it's okay for a boy to be a boy and for a girl to be a girl, because you are unique in how you were made. Now I see what he was doing. Now he saw the BS that was coming. And other children's show programs, like the Electric Company, when I remember Morgan Freeman, when he would play the DJ. And now when I'm playing it all back, he would say things like, and all right, boys and girls, make sure, and we all dealing with boys and girls, and you're a boy, you're a girl, we're gonna make things right for you, we're gonna keep things tight for you. Now I see what he was talking about. They saw what was coming and was sounding the alarm. Wow, man, just wow. All right, have them. We've had a grandiose time in this very open dialogue tonight. And we hope that you learn something before it's done. And so in closing, Captain Yeshaya, he came through, but he didn't have the stamina for the night. He bowed out. That's fine. You had the co-pilot, Brother Malachi, taking you on this journey, and I hope that, you know, the path and the clearance that Sister Karima brought forth, the seventh answer has made your in-flight experience beautiful. So in parting, seventh answer, do you have any commentary before I sign off? Okay, you know what? Y'all gonna stop leaving me. Y'all gonna stop leaving me. Thank you. Something. Really? All right, yo, hit the like.
Yeah, my mic was stuck. I was trying to hit it.
All right. Well, anyway, listen.
Subscribe to the channel if you haven't, and appreciate you tuning in. Hopefully you enjoyed the information that was presented.
And all right, as I sign off, I want to thank Tyrone Weiser, Unseen Soldier, who came in here and dropped it. I want to thank you also, Brother Karab, the 3 Bs. Okay, Brothers Bound by Yahweh. Thank you for coming in and giving your insight, hindsight, foresight, and every other site. Both of you, Unseen Soldier and Brother Karab, I salute you. I want to thank Sister Yashara, 1968. You always going in. We got Garden State Boss, Asiatic 777, Cooking with Billy, Marquise the Player, Salaya Ben Yah, Leonard De Yehuda, VJ, the assassination attempt of Rob Rat. Okay, that's a hell of a name. Water Blue Ezekiel. I guess SMH means shake my head. Truth God, and as always, Indigenous Black man. Hey, hey. We want to thank y'all out there in the comments section. And for you listeners out there, again, you've been thoroughly informed and educated on a spiritual, intellectual, and emotional basis by The Conversation Continues, The Lion's Den. And I am Brother Malachiah. And I give all honor to the Lord and Christ, from whom all positive thoughts flow. And as always, in the spirit of the late great brother and friend Don Cornelius, I says to you all, Shalom, peace, ahab, love, and the posh, because we want to thoroughly save your souls. And we are up out of here, y'all. Peace.
I'll praise you, Most High. Yeah, that sound good, y'all. Hello. What we doing?
Hey, cook that up, Khalid.
We still getting to the money, got these haters in they field. Lil' homie, let them chill. Most I told me, vengeance hit my enemies, my footstools. We ain't got no beef for real. This here, this how we live. Look here, homie, we still getting to the money, got these haters in they field. Lil' homie, let them chill. Most I told me, vengeance hit my enemies, my footstools. We ain't got no beef for real. This here, this how we live. Look here, homie, be still. They said you got the call, they trying to blackball you. Like what they own, bro. You can't blackball a boss. The whole world, they hate Israel. The way you hate your neighbor, might as well pull the trigger on yourself. You know we get excited by the smoke. Every day we casting flesh. Say my treasure stored in heaven, we gon' blow the rest. They disrespecting and we check the bank that causing kept it still. They asking others about my business, but I ain't got no instant miss. See, I still deal with ox direct. Cause your person don't mean you respect. Your outlet don't get no credit if the ox ain't in it. Money answer all things, and you got all these questions. Playing Vic. Look, I employ slavery. I'll if you broke your say it. Yeah, them crews in the hood, Jews in the hood. I caught them clues, now I'm good. I broke it down, he understood my all to you. Filtered through, you found a few, I'm good. We what we sold, this here exclusive. They like, hey, folk, look what you do. We still getting to the money, got these haters in they field. Lil' homie, let them chill. Most I told me, vengeance hit my enemies, my footstools. We ain't got no beef for real. This here, this how we live. Look here, homie, we still getting to the money, got these haters in they field. Lil' homie, let them chill. Most I told me, vengeance hit my enemies, my footstools. We ain't got no beef for real. This here, this how we live. Look here, homie, be still. Most I told me, be still, give a room to work. Know my movie work. Your faith ain't good, don't put the work in. In the spirit flexing, that my day job. Getting the mode out my own, I don't know what they are. Before I got the blueprint, and I'm too legit to quit. Let it spark in the dark, be a light, got it lit. Trying to map my movement, got my haters pondering. The odds set the questionnaire, they wanna know if you still lit. It hit different, you authentic, a lot of odds pretending. We do it for the Lord, got my own motion, who are you to judge? The most high first, none above. In the spirit we locked in, they'll come against your plot. You know Judas said, yeah, we spit them scripts, they barely now. Came on slave ships, then you not black. You know they tell you everything. Isaiah 30:20, yeah, we bad. You see what happened when they tried to rail the train up off the track. False witness, hypocrite. We throw shots back, now they feel hit. Must go get it. We still getting to the money, got these haters in they field. Lil' homie, let them chill. Most I told me, vengeance hit my enemies, my footstools. We ain't got no beef for real. This here, this how we live. Look here, homie, we still Get into the money, got these haters in they feel. Lil' homie, let them chill. Most I told me finches hit. My enemies, my footstools. We ain't got no beef for real. Hard to see this how we live. Look here, homie, be still.